a little bit. Let's see if it is.
This meeting will now come to order. Let us stand, please, for the invocation. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to meet here again tonight. We do so in happiness and sadness. A happiness that we still have a life to live and that we're here to do the best that we can. We're sad because people in our community have died and from COVID and other things. And it's one of those dreadful unanswered questions that can test our faith, but we must have faith in you. We thank you for the opportunity, for the beautiful day that we're living in and the time. We pray that you'll have blessings upon us, all of us, every one of us, so that everything that we say and all that we do is acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. Amen. Let us say the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Good. This evening, I hope that members of in the council chambers audience will notice that the tables have been rearranged and distanced for social distancing. And we do ask that people who are in this chamber wear their mask when at all possible. There's a note on the door. Thank you so much for that safety measure. We have additions, deletions to the agenda. At this time, before we approve the agenda, I will ask, is there anyone in the audience in council chambers who would like to speak in unscheduled public comments, which is a 3-minute speaking period? Slick, did you want to speak? Okay. So we'll do Paul Cook under unscheduled. All right. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments?
We need to take Carol Gilbert off the scheduled public comment. She's not going to be here.
Okay, thank you. Carol Gilbert?
Yes.
All right, we'll remove Carol Gilbert from scheduled public comments. Thank you, Tom. Last call. Anyone who is present who would like to speak to council? Unscheduled.
And Ms. Harrison said she's not going to be able to make it as well.
Who is it?
Sandusky Harrison.
Okay. So that's Sandusky, Kiger Melton.
Yes.
We'll strike item C from Roman numeral 8. Does everyone have that in council? Okay. Okay, there being no other persons stepping forward to speak, to the council tonight. I will ask that you review the agenda and see if there's any changes. I believe that the town manager has a change on an addition on Roman numeral number 18. Is that right, John? Correct. Okay. If you will please add item B, which is under Roman numeral 18, 2.2-3711A7, potential litigation. Are there any other additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda that we need to make this evening, members of council? Anyone? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meetings as amended.
Thank you, Mary Ann. There's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Richard makes the second. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will call for a general vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, clearly say no. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, now if you will please review the minutes. I think we have two sets. One for our public hearing on August the 10th, 2021 at 5:30. And the second set of minutes is the large one. That is for our regular meeting at 6 p.m. on August the 10th, 2021. Any additions, changes, corrections to the minutes? Hearing no suggestions for additions, changes, deletions, corrections, I will ask for a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
Make a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll second.
Jeff makes the motion to approve the
I'll
minutes
second.
as presented, and it's seconded by Mike. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, Connie, would you please take a roll call vote?
Okay, Doug.
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 6, closed session. So we are going to go into closed session. I'll ask for a motion for this for 2.2-3711A29, contract negotiations for the town attorney. Do I have a motion to go into closed session for the referenced number?
I'll make that motion.
Richard makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann has the second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote, please, Connie.
Okay, Doug.
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. I suppose in this instance, we should ask the audience to leave so we can meet in here instead of being in small room. Is council okay with that?
Yes.
I will ask members of the audience to leave, please.
Yeah, I'm with you. Totally get it. What? Logan? Huh? Yeah, don't talk to me. I don't have a clue.
Is everyone back in, Frank? Do you think? Is everyone back in, do you believe?
I think so.
The meeting will come to order. I will ask for a motion to declare that in our executive session, we've discussed nothing other than 2.2-3711A 29 contract negotiations regarding the town attorney, and that we certify our vote. So I will ask for a roll call vote. Connie, and each person answering aye will certify, or they're certifying that we talked about nothing but this topic, contract negotiations.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion to go back into regular session?
We didn't make a motion to, I think we have, I should have reframed that. We have a motion to come back into regular session and to certify. Thank you. Thank you for your help. So I'll ask for a motion to come back into regular session and to certify that each member of council and the mayor and everyone else included in this closed session discussed nothing other than 2.2-3711A 29 contract negotiations for the town attorney. Is there do I hear a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Mike makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Miriam makes the second. Is there discussion? Connie, a roll call vote.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Get them all? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Item 7 on the agenda is appointment of the town attorney. So I would like to read the resolution. Does everyone have it? It says Resolution 2021-0801. Try out the right one. And I'll read it, and then I will ask for a motion to approve the resolution. Resolution R 2021-0801. Whereas pursuant to section 3.9 of the Richlands Town Charter, the town shall appoint a town attorney for an indefinite term. He shall be an attorney at law, licensed to practice under the laws of the Commonwealth. The town attorney shall receive such compensation and fees as shall be provided by the council by ordinance or resolution. The town attorney shall have the following powers and duties. A, to be legal advisor of the council, the town manager, and all departments, boards, commissions, and agencies of the town in all matters affecting the interest of the town, and shall upon request furnish a written opinion on any question of law involving their respective official powers and duties. B, to prepare at the request of the town manager or any member of council ordinances for introduction, and at the request of the council or any member thereof shall examine any ordinance after introduction and render his or her opinion as to the form and legality thereof. C, to draw or approve all bonds, deeds, leases, contracts, or other instruments to which the town is a party or in which it has an interest. And D, to represent the town as counsel in any civil case in which it is interested, and in criminal cases when so required by the town council. 2013 C 519. Whereas the previously appointed town attorney law firm service to the town ended on June 30th, 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the firm, Gillespie, Hart, Altizer, and Weitzel, PC, will bill at a rate of $200 per hour, mileage billed at the federal rate of 57 cents per mile, postage reimbursed based on actual cost, and copies will be billed at 50 cents per page. And now therefore be it resolved that the firm Gillespie, Bard, Altizer, and Whitesell, P.C. is appointed as town attorney to perform the duties described in section 3.9. Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution as written? Jeff Hurst makes the motion. Is there a second?
I will
to
second the motion.
To adopt the resolution. There's a second and a motion and a second. Motion by Jeff, second by Mike, to adopt resolution R 2021-0801. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask Connie for a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Abstain.
Okay. Motion carries with 4 members voting yes and 1 abstention. Thank you. Welcome
Thank you.
to your firm, Mr. Altizer.
Appreciate the trust that the council showing in, not only me, but my law firm. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And on a personal note, we hope you are enjoying good health.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have a Roman numeral 8. These are scheduled public comments. And before we have these public comments, the Office of the Mayor would like to read Section 4 of Decorum 7. This is from an embedded resolution that has been in place for quite some time. I will give my general statement that I have been giving. I would ask that anyone speaking to council, whether you're scheduled or unscheduled, please address council at large, and please refrain from turning to anyone in the audience and addressing them directly or even implying. I appreciate that very much. It's a courtesy and a respect issue every which way you think about it. So I would like to read this Section 4 Decorum 7. I don't have a date on it, but I have read it. Comments by citizens on agenda or non-agenda items are limited to statements. Speakers may not engage the town council members or town employees in a question and answer exchange. The town council encourages civility in public discourse and requests that speakers refrain from language which would incite an immediate breach of the peace, and refrain from language which would incite there's a mistake here, John. I'll fix it. Which would incite an immediate breach of peace. Okay. And refrain from undue repetition, extended discussions of irrelevancies, use of obscenities, and personal attacks. Any person who violates these rules may be declared out of order by the mayor. A person who persists in violating these rules may be removed from the meeting. Thank you. To my finished stack. Okay. We want to welcome tonight, Laura Malo and Blake Ray are the 2 speakers who are not present. So, Ms. Malo, would you please come to the podium and please share your address for the record? Thank you.
Laura Malo, 262 Linwood Drive. I just want to ask again about the ARP money, and I'm wondering why you guys will not tell us how much money Richlands is receiving and what is being done with this money. I think after you finally release the dollar amount to the public, that you guys should also hold a public hearing to take citizen suggestions on what's being done with such a large amount of money. I believe it's close to $5 million. Citizens already have great ideas for that money, and it does belong to citizens of the town. Also, I think the town council needs to make citizen participation easier. It's hard for people to come to the meetings. It's hard for them to hear it on YouTube. And you guys also have comments off on YouTube. I appreciate all the work done by Mr. Daniel to put the meetings back on the Access channel, but can we get an update on when that will happen? Citizen input shouldn't just be tolerated. It should be encouraged and welcomed. I think the council can do this by also allowing phone participation. You can mute the participants until it's their turn to speak. And this allows for safe participation during the pandemic and allows for people who aren't physically able to attend to still hear the meetings better on the phone and participate. And speaking of state participation, I would ask that you also reconsider the passage of the electronic meeting participation. With the recent state of emergency declared in the county, people are going to be required to stay home. If someone is, God forbid, sick or even out of town, whatever the case may be, they should still be allowed to participate. By not allowing that, you're taking away citizens' representation, not just the council participation. The law states this may only take place twice in a year, so a council member won't be able to take advantage of the situation. When some of you guys voted for the insurance that is paid for by the citizen money, it was said by some of you that you were going to pass it because you cannot tell your fellow council members what they should do, but would pass because it's available. Electronic participation is covered by Virginia Code 2.2-3708.2. So why are we okay with letting the council members have the opportunity for the insurance, but not electronic participation during a pandemic? Kind of sounds skewed and personal. I also want to ask about the electrical committee. This was brought up in February of 2020, where there was a consensus taken and agreed upon by a majority of council to appoint new members, including citizens, to the electrical committee. The mayor at that time asked for a month to gather citizens' names. Councilman brought it up again at the following month's meeting, and it was pushed aside and never spoken of again. I think it's important to follow through on things you guys say you'll do. So can you also advertise the open appointments for the electrical committee and have them start meeting again? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next scheduled public speaker, Blake Ray. Blake, would you please give your address for the benefit of the record, please?
Yes, Blake Ray, 426 Buchanan Street. So I was going to talk about something completely different tonight, and it was irrelevant to what I am going to talk about because I got a quote across my desk this morning when I was working. And that quote is, "You're always one decision away from a totally different life." And I was thinking as I was going to come and speak to you, what did I really want to talk about? And each of you have an obligation to hold the best interest of the town and citizens to the highest degree. You are charged with making decisions that could benefit the community and also harm the community. I find it very difficult for you to make those decisions with eloquence if two members of council do not live here as a primary resident. Code section of Virginia states you have to live in town 6 months out of the year and 1 day. Allegedly, Councilman Plaster and Councilman Ratliff do not live in town 6 months out of the year and 1 day. So my request is to come to you as a body, as the governing body, to charge the town attorney who is hired to represent the interest of the town and the citizens of the town to conduct a special investigation to find out if they truly do live in Richlands, Virginia, 6 months and 1 day out of the year. And with that, that's my discussion.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is Roman numeral 9. Slick Cook. Slick, would you like to speak, please? If you don't mind to step over to the podium and give your address for the benefit of the clerk.
My name is Paul Cook, AKA Slick Cook. I live at 601 Suffolk Avenue, which is next to the last house on the right as you go up this street. I lived here practically since 1957, except the period of time Uncle Sam wanted me to visit him. And I've got one question to ask. You mentioned the electrical department. Years back, you had the electrical department combined with several other municipalities, like I believe Virginia Tech, the City of Danville, and electrical power wholesale resold with made our profit. And I don't know if that, do you still have any type of connection with those other people to get a lower rate? We had AEP, then we went to a couple of others. I don't know, the electrical department, I believe, probably the largest income. If you don't sell it at a profit, you will be hurt. But I agree, person should live in the town of Richlands. And if you do make an exception on your town manager, or whatever, put a time limit on it and stick to it. Because we, years back, we made a couple of police officers live out of town because the housing was not available. It's available now. And I think you probably ought to grandfather the employees now and just hire someone living in Richlands if you get it. But, and living in town, I know you go somewhere to shop, but if you live in town, you don't shop at Food City and bring it all the way back over here. Like I have seen some, one or two of the councilmen. And I won't call names, but I will hope, not like years back, we had a controversy with the county. One lady come complaining about everything we did. Everything. And I had the opening prayer. She commented in the paper that I had it, but it didn't get through the ceiling. And it may not have, but the Lord, He helped me anyway. But it was tragic. She seemed to quit coming after her husband killed himself. I hope she didn't drive him crazy like she was got to drive us crazy over being there. But I think that the town should look at, you've had a couple of new businesses. Mr. Rattlers had a fitness place, Old Town Taps, wonderful restaurant. But we need to look at trying to get some industry that creates jobs that's not retail. Because you can bring in all the retail people and you just cut it out somewhere else. And get the budget fixed, straightened out, and please start harmonizing together and get some business in here that produces something. Well, you've got Tordano down there. What else? That's about it.
Thank you so much. I should have made it more clear. We have a limited time, but you were spoke very well. Thank you. We appreciate your input. We need to put that in the budget so we can have a window. Thank you, Slick.
Thank you for allowing me to.
You're welcome. Okay, now we're on item 10, introduction of the new Economic Development Director, Ashley Harris. John, would you be so kind as to introduce her?
About a month ago, we hired Ashley as our new Economic Development Director. As we discussed, we kind of switched what Connie's role was from community development. Now we're focusing more on economic development. So Ashley's started with about a month ago, hit the ground running, started working with some of our grants and things that we're trying to wrap up. The library, the green space, and then looking at the economic development revitalization effort for downtown. So I asked her to be here so she could introduce herself so that when her name comes up in the future, you put a face to the name.
Ashley, we want to stand up. Would you like to say anything to council? Have we formally met you in this council? I would love it if you feel like saying anything. Whatever, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you like to come to the podium so we can all hear you? Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Harris. I'm originally from Richlands, Virginia. I moved from Aberdeen, Virginia to Richlands over a year ago. I was working previously in Bristol, Tennessee as an assistant property manager for apartment complex. After being here about 2 months, I'm so excited about moving forward with revitalization and helping to make a difference in our town. Currently, I'm working on writing a grant for the Greenway. The grant amount is $50,000. I'd like to find out who would help to complete the additions we had to cut from the materials. The additions we are wanting to add to the greenway are lights, power box, wire, fiber, sound system, projector, projection screen, turf, concrete, and a LED. I'm also looking forward to working with the downtown businesses and each of you. Thank you.
It's very nice to have you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the members of council, the office of the mayor, and everyone present, and those who are not present, I just want to say welcome and wish you nothing but success, because your success is our success. Thank you. Welcome. If you need anyone in here, they'll reach out and they'll help you, and they may be more than willing to do everything that you need. Thank you, and best to you. Next on our agenda is Roman numeral 11, the consent agenda. There are two items here: authorization to pay the bills, and B, authorization to authorize a line of credit drawdown number 12 from the National Bank for wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project for $2,673.02, and water treatment plant upgrades and improvements, $19,338.04, cost for August billing for a total of $22,061.06. So I will ask to please take your check registers out and take a look. And if you have questions, the town manager, I'm sure, can address these. We have two check registers. Does everyone have them in their packet? Okay. Any questions about any of these check numbers?
I just want to make a statement on one. Can I make a statement on one? For the 10511 check, Nico Party Rentals.
Yes.
Just make a statement. That one, that was not paid for. That was donation and paid for with donations. That was not, it did not come from the town. It says that it's for the back to school bash. The town did not pay that bill. They literally just paid that bill. The donation was given to the town, and then the town paid that bill.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes. I'm here.
check number 10514 to Gillespie Hart Altizer and Whitesville PC for $6,957. Quite more than our normal attorney fee. I'd just like to ask, I know the reason why, but if Mr. Altizer would not mind to explain
Yes,
why that's above the normal.
That billing included defense calls for defending the town of Richlands and brought by Wood and others against the town regarding the adoption of the revenue ordinances. Spent time defending that lawsuit, responding to the preliminary injunction request, declaratory judgment request, that served on us in the morning for a hearing that afternoon. Myself and two of my law partners dedicated our day to getting ourselves prepared to appear on behalf of the town, the other defendants in that hearing, and subsequently on getting a good ruling for the town, denying the plaintiff's request for relief. We had to prepare an order entered by the court. So a good portion of that fee, and John may, I don't, you have broken out how much was owed.
2 invoices. This was the first invoice.
Is this the one that one you asked for? Also,
Yes.
Of that $6,957.40 that was billed to the town, $3,145 of that was in pending that lawsuit on that billing. And also will note that the insurance company for the town has indicated will be reimbursing that amount because it was covered under the policy issued to the town.
Thank you.
And even though there was a preliminary, or what's the proper word, ruling,
Yes, there was a request for declaratory judgment and a preliminary injunction, and that was denied. Yes, and an order was entered to that effect. The suit is still pending and been inactive for the last few weeks. Nothing's really going on in the suit. The plaintiffs have not given us any indication that they're wanting to move forward. I don't know what their intent is. It's something litigation. If you all want to discuss that sometime in a closed session, I'll be glad to give you all the details on that.
but obviously if there is more litigation, more attorney
Obviously,
fees.
if there's more litigation, there'll be more
Right.
costs in defending that
Yes, sir.
litigation.
Thank you.
I got a question concerning that.
Yes, Richard?
Even though the insurance company is paying the $3,145 bill portion of it, is that considered a claim against our company like it used to be under VML, where at the end of the year, so at the end of the year, we're going to be punished because we filed this claim?
Potentially. I want to make sure.
I don't have any experience, so I'm not exactly how sure it'll, but I'd imagine it.
I think it used to be that, you know, if you filed claims like with wrecks and stuff like that at the end of the year, the pool, based on the amount of money that was given back from VML or VR, whoever it was, Versa or whoever, they took that portion of your claim away from you. So technically we are paying it because we're not going to get this $3,145 back. It's just the insurance is paying it up front. Am I correct on that?
I would assume that it'll impact our interest, but I don't know for sure how much.
I don't think it's gonna, I think it has to be an employer amount, and I don't think that'll affect your insurance at all. I've dealt with that a lot. And it is pooled, but it's like health insurance. If you have an employee that's has a catastrophic hospital bill, it's pooled. And I don't think that'll affect your insurance. You can let us know at the end of the year, but I would be willing to say it won't affect your insurance.
Are there any other questions about checks on the check registers?
One more statement. I apologize. I found a couple more just so
Sure.
full transparency.
Absolutely.
10516 from Marcus Buskell. That one was $500. The town paid that out there, but that was also donation for Back to School Bash. So that did not come from the town. And also 10520 Swank Motion Pictures. That was for copyrights to our movie for our kids for Back to School Bash. And that is also covered under donations. And I'll go into detail of those donations within my council report, but none of those costs were costs that the town covered.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about any of the checks from either register? There being no further questions, I will ask for a motion to approve the check registers for the town manager to pay the bills. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Richard makes the motion to pay the bills. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jeff seconds. Any discussion? Connie, a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item B under Roman number 11 is authorize a line of credit drawdown for number 12 from the National Bank for the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project and for $2,673.02, and the water treatment plant upgrades and improvements for $19,388.04 cost for August billing, for a total of $22,061.06. I would ask for a motion to authorize the town manager to pay these bills.
I'll make the motion.
Mary Ann makes the motion to pay the bills under item 11, Roman numeral 11, item B. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mike seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'll ask Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Hey, Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, Roman numeral 12, old business, ordinances. If you will please look in your packet, I tried to line them up. We have 4 ordinances. The first one is this large one right here, large packet. It is ordinance 2021-08-0801. And the next one is ordinance 2021-0802. And the next one is ordinance 2021-0803. And the next one is ordinance 2021-0804. Yeah, I forgot to put a 0 in there. I'm on that. Okay,
I have a question before we start reading these.
yes, sir.
It calls for the second reading of these ordinances, but we also have in the ordinance, the wording is to be voted on tonight. Are we,
Yes, sir.
are we going to do that as we read each ordinance, make a vote, or are we going to?
Richard, I think that what we're going to do is read these ordinances and vote on them independently.
After they're all read?
I'll ask for suggestions to the town manager or the attorney. What is the most proficient and professional way to do this? Vote on each ordinance after it's read, or vote on them as a package?
For each.
Okay.
But on each of them, it does have the option to waive the second reading. So if council desires not to have to sit here and read these documents again, since they were read the last council meeting, the wording at the end of each of these allows council to dispense with the second reading and then go straight to a vote.
Well, thank you, John. I will ask the town attorney to render his thinking as well on reading the ordinances.
These are revenue ordinances, and town managers correct, you can dispense with the second reading, you had one full reading. I know it's read these ones, especially rate increases.
No, it's fun.
Procedure, you can adopt either procedure by affirmative vote to dispense with the second reading, or you can do the second reading legally. Either one will be fine in terms of transparency and to your citizens.
Best
Read it
advice.
again, then that would be the way to go.
So we can dispense with the second reading, or we can read them. I'm hearing it's legal, whichever way you want to go. But Mr. Altizer is suggesting, I hope I'm correct, and if I'm misunderstanding, please tell me. You're suggesting that we read these for the sake of transparency.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Is council on board with the mayor and the suggestion of Mr. Altizer? It's not a matter of like or dislike, it's a matter of doing the right thing.
Yeah, the only thing that I would have is that we are reading these and going to be voting on them as an emergency measure. So I think we need to be reading them and then vote because we're enacting them as an
Each
emergency.
one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. We're on the same page. So thank you for bearing with us. And so let's take ordinance 2021-0801. I'm going to try my best to find the mathematical parts for Jeff, who reads them
Page
beautifully.
13.
Thank you. A little bit of fun goes a long way. Thank you for your help, ladies and gentlemen. we have readers here, and this is a good
Just
thing.
Doug reads one, everyone but page 13. He did such a good job last time.
I'll tell you, it was quite a challenge, but everyone did fine, and I'm very appreciative. Okay, this is, the title page says Town of Richlands, you get water. September 14th, 2021, rate schedules and riders, electric, water, wastewater, sanitation collection and containers, ordinance 2021-0801. Turn the page. That's right here. Do you have it?
I didn't get that in the packet.
That's the big one.
That's it right there. You just touched it. The big one,
Oh, yeah, I'll get him there.
Oh, this,
the biggest one in the whole packet.
okay, yeah.
Thank you. Rate making authority. Virginia Code Title 15.2, Chapter 21 authorizes local governments to operate public utilities. The Richlands Town Council establishes utility rates as authorized in town code. Policies and procedures pertaining to standards and services are maintained in separate documents, definitions. All terms used herein are considered to have common public utility application. They are neither unique to the town of Richlands, nor are they meant to be subjected to precise scientific definition. Consumption, the amount of service used over a given period of time as measured by a meter. Customer, individual, firm, organization that purchases service at a specific location under a specific rate classification, contract, or rate schedule. Customer charge, the established fixed fee necessary to cover meter reading, billing, and other general service costs. Customer class, specified customer category as determined by consumption or demand levels, patterns, conditions, equipment used, and type of service. Demand charge, that part of the charge for electric service based on the amount of the utilities, plant, and resources required to serve the customer's peak needs. Demand is the average kilowatt to the nearest 1/10 measured by the utilities metering equipment for a 15-minute period as adjusted for power factor. Energy charge, the charge per kilowatt hour or per kilowatt of electricity delivered to a customer. Kilowatt, a standard measure of electricity equal to 1,000 watts. Kilowatt hour, 1,000 watts of power used for 1 hour. Electricity is measured and billed in kilowatt hour increments. Month, not a calendar month, but instead the interval between successive regular meter reading dates. This can range from 26 to 35 calendar days for customers billed on monthly cycles and 56 to 65 calendar days for those billed on a bi-monthly basis. Town is the town of Richlands, Virginia. Utility refers to the town of Richlands Utilities Department or any division thereof. Okay. Town of Richlands Schedule RS Residential Electric Service Code E05. Availability of service. Availability for full domestic electric service through 1 meter to individual residential customers. Monthly rate. Customer charge $9.90 per month. Energy and fuel charge. All kilowatt hours 0.12411 per kilowatt hour. Base rate factor. The above rate charges are subject to the adjustment of the base rate factor, rider BRF, which is incorporated herein by reference. Minimum charge. This schedule is subject to a minimum charge equal to the customer charge. Power cost adjustment. The above energy charge is subject to a power cost adjustment, rider PCA, which is incorporated herein by reference. Payment. Bills are due upon presentation and payable at Town Hall Financial Office located at 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia. Payment is due by the 15th of the month. A penalty of 10% per service will be added to the bill if not received prior to the due date. All delinquent accounts are subject to cutoff after the 20th of each month. Reconnection charge. There shall be a charge for reconnection of services terminated because of non-payment of bills in accordance with miscellaneous services, listing included in these rate schedules. Miscellaneous service charges. Charges for additional services provided shall be made on the basis of the miscellaneous services listing including in these rate schedules. Term of service, continuous until customer notice. Special terms and conditions. This rate is also available to rural domestic customers engaged principally in agricultural pursuits where service is taken through 1 meter for residential purposes as well as for the usual farm uses outside the home, but it is not extended to any other operations of a commercial nature or operations such as processing, preparing, and distributing products not raised or produced on the farm unless such operation is incidental to usual residential and farm uses. The rate is available for single-phase service, 60 hertz, and at any available standard voltage. Three-phase service may be provided, but only under special arrangements and according to the policy standards and specifications for electric service to residential, commercial, and industrial developments. All service required on premises by customer shall be furnished, study page, shall be furnished through 1 meter. Resale of service is not permitted hereunder. Where a part of the customer's equipment is used for purposes other than residential, a different applicable rate schedule will apply to such power service. See service policies and procedures. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/2021. Okay, let's look here. We'll divide it up a little bit. If you
I can read it for a little while if you want to.
yeah, let me kind of get our places here, Mike. Okay. Mike, you want to take it, let's see here.
I'll take a few pages.
How about page 5 through 9? Will that work?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Code E051, sanctuary worship service, I should mention that. Availability of service, availability of electrical service only to the synagogue or church building in which a sanctuary or principal place of worship is located, which takes standard service of the company. Monthly rate is customer charge $10.70 per month. Energy and fuel charge, all kilowatt is 0.1349 per kilowatt hour. Base rate factor, the above rate changes are subject to adjustment the base rate factor rider BRF, this which is incorporated herein by reference. Minimum charge. This schedule is subject to a minimum charge equal to the customer charge. Power cost adjustment. The above energy charge is subject to a power cost adjustment rider PCA, which is incorporated herein by reference. Payment. Bills are due upon presentation and payable to Town Hall Finance Office located at 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia. Payment is due by 15th of the month. Penalty of 10% per service will be added to the bill if not received prior to the due date. All delinquent accounts are subject to cut off after the 20th of each month. Reconnection fee. There should be a charge for reconnection of services terminated by non-payment of bills in accordance with miscellaneous services listed included in rate schedule. Miscellaneous service charges. Charges for additional services provided shall be made on the basis of the miscellaneous services listed included in these rate schedules. Term of service continuous until customer notice. Special terms and conditions. This rate is also available for rural domestic customers engaged principally in agricultural pursuits, which service is taken through 1 meter of residential purposes as well as usual farm use outside of the home, but it is not extended to any other operations of a commercial nature or operations such as processing, preparing, distributing products not raised or produced on the farm unless such operation is incidental and usual residential and farm uses. The rate is available for single-phase service, 60 hertz at any available standard voltage. Three-phase service may be provided, but only under special arrangements and according to the policies, standards, and specifications for electric service to residential, commercial, and industrial developments. All service required on premises by customer shall be furnished to 1 meter. Resale of service is not permitted hereunder. Where a part of customer's equipment is used for purposes other than residential, a different applicable rate schedule will apply to such power service. See service policies and procedures. Effective bill rendered after 9/27/2021. Small General Service, code E08E09. Availability of service available for general service customers with electrical capacity requirements of 25 kilowatt or less per month. When a customer being served under the schedule exceeds 25 kilowatts per month for more than 2 months during the past 12 months, the customer will be placed on an appropriate rate schedule. Monthly rate customer charge $12.20 per month. All kilowatt 0.12066 per kilowatt hour. Base rate factor. The above rate charges are subject to adjustment by the base rate factor rider BRF, which is incorporated herein by reference. Minimum charge. This schedule is subject to a minimum monthly charge equal to the customer charge. Power cost adjustment. The above energy charge is subject to a power cost adjustment rider PCA, which is incorporated herein by reference. Payment. Bills are due upon presentation and payment at the Town Hall Financial Office located at 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia. Payment is due on the 15th of the month. A penalty of 10% per service will be added to the bill if not received prior to the due date. All delinquent accounts are subject to cut off after the 20th of each month. Reconnection charge. There should be a charge for reconnection of services terminated because of non-payment of bills in accordance with miscellaneous services listing, including these rate schedules. Miscellaneous service charges. Charges for additional services provided shall be made on the face of the miscellaneous services listed, included in these rate schedules. Term of service continuous until customer notice. Special terms and conditions. The rate is available for single phase service 60 hertz, and any available standard voltage 3-phase service may be provided without additional costs provided in the policy standards and specifications for electrical service to residential, commercial, industrial, and developments. All service required on premises by the customer shall be furnished through 1 meter resale of services not permitted hereunder. See services, policies, procedures, effective bills rendered after 9/27/2021. Large general electrical service, code E01, availability of service. Availability of general service customers with electrical capacity requirement exceeding 500 kilowatts per month for more than 2 months in the past 12 months is less than 1,000 kilowatt per month. Customer charge $212 per month. Demand charge, all kilowatt of demand 16.05 per kilowatt. Energy and fuel, all kilowatt 0.07094 per kilowatt hour. Base rate factor. The above rate charges are subject to adjustment by the base rate factor rider BRF, which is incorporated herein by reference. Minimum charge. The schedule is subject to a minimum monthly charge equal to the customer charge plus an additional charge for all applicable from demand or energy. Power cost adjustment. The above energy charge is subject to a power cost adjustment rider PCA, which is incorporated herein by reference. Measurement of energy and determination of demand. Energy supplied hereunder will normally be delivered through 1 meter for combined power and lighting load. However, where the utility is specified separate single-phase metering for lighting and the separate polyphase metering for power at a single location, and the kilowatt hours and demand for billing purposes will be taken at the 2 kilowatt hour readings and 2 demand readings separately determined. The customer's demand shall be taken monthly to the highest registration of a 15-minute integrating demand meter or indicator, or the highest registration of the thermal type demand meter, or the highest registration of a solid state electronic type demand meter. For purposes of billing, including determination of minimum bill, the demand shall be greater than the following: A, 500 kilowatt, B, the current month measured demand, or C, 40% of the highest measured demand established in the past 11 months, including demand adjustments for power factor. The customer agrees to maintain unity power factor as nearly as practicable. Meter demands shall be adjusted to correct the average power factors lower than 90% lagging. Such adjustments may be made by increasing the meter demand by 0.5% difference between 90% and the actual power factor. Equipment supplied by customer. The point of ownership and delivery shall be at the load side of the transformer supplied by the customer. Customer shall provide for the installation, operation, and maintenance of all equipment and facilities required for the service beyond the delivery point. Local tax adjustment. This rate is subject to local tax adjustment rider E, which is incorporated herein by reference. Payment. Bills are due upon presentation and payable to Town Hall Finance Office located at 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia. Payments are due by the 15th of each month. A penalty of 10% per service will be added to the bill if not received prior to the due date. All delinquent accounts are subject to cut off after the 20th of each month. Reconnection charge. There should be a charge for reconnection of service terminated because of non-payment of bills in accordance with miscellaneous services listed, including these rate schedules. Miscellaneous service charges. Charges for additional services provided shall be made on the basis of the miscellaneous service listed, including these rate schedules, term of service not less than 1 year, special terms and conditions, single or three-phase 60 hertz, and any available standard voltage. Resale of services not permitted hereunder. See service policies and procedures. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/21.
Thank you, Monty. We'll share a little bit here, the reading.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Richard, would you mind to read? Let's see
I will
what-
stop at page 13. Thank
We'll take that. We'll take that. Okay.
you. Town of Richlands Schedule MGS Medium General Services Code E07. Availability of service. Available for general service customers with electrical capacity requirements exceeding 25 kilowatt per month for more than 2 months during the past 12 months, but less than 500 kilowatt per month. Monthly rate, customer charge $13.90 per month. Demand charge, all kilowatt and demand, $1.75 per kilowatt. Energy charge, all metered kilowatt per hour, 0.1038 per kilowatt hour. Base rate factor, the above rate charges are subject to adjustment by the base rate factor rider, BRF, which is incorporated herein by reference. Minimum charge, this schedule is subject to a minimum monthly charge equal to the customer charge plus such additional charges as are applicable from demand or energy. Power cost adjustment. The above energy charge is subject to a power cost adjustment rider, PCA, which is incorporated herein by reference. Measurement of energy determination of demand. Energy supplied hereunder will normally be delivered through 1 meter for combined power and lighting load. However, where the utility has specified separate single-phase metering for lighting and a separate polyphase metering for power at a single location, then the kilowatt hours and demand for billing purposes will be taken as the 2 kilowatt hour readings and 2 demand readings separately determined. The customer's demand shall be taken monthly to be the highest registration of the 15-minute integrating demand meter or indicator, or the highest registration of a thermal type demand meter, or the highest registration of a solid state electronic type demand meter. For purposes of billing, including determination of minimum bill, the demand shall be greater of the following: A, 25 kilowatt, or B, the current month measured demand, or C, 40% of the highest measured demand established during the past 11 months, including demand adjustments for power factor. The customer agrees to maintain unity power factor as nearly as practical. Meter demands shall be adjusted to correct for average power factors lower than 90% lagging. Such adjustment shall be made by increasing the meter demand by 0.5% difference between 90% and the actual average power factor. Equipment supplied by customer. The point of ownership and delivery shall be at the load side of the transformers used to supply the customer. The customer shall provide for the installation, operation, and maintenance of all equipment and facilities required for service beyond the delivery point. Local tax adjustment. This rate is subject to local tax adjustment rider E, which is incorporated herein by reference. Payment. Bills are due upon presentation and payable to Town Hall Finance Office located at 200 Washington Square, Richlands, Virginia. Payment is due by the 15th of the month. The penalty of 10% service will be added to the bill if not received prior to the due date. All delinquent accounts are subject to cut off after the 20th of each month. Reconnection charge. There should be a charge for reconnection of services terminated because of non-payment of bills in accordance with miscellaneous services listing included in these rate schedules. Miscellaneous service charges. Charges for additional services provided shall be made on the basis of miscellaneous services listed included in these rate schedules. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/2021. Town of Richlands Schedule OL outdoor lighting codes OL1, OL2, OL3, OL4, OL5, OL6, OL7, OL8. Availability of service. Available for outdoor lighting to individual customers located outside areas covered by municipal street lighting systems. Monthly rate. Code OL1, wattage 100, HP sodium, $10.10. OL2, 100 shared, HP sodium, $5.05. OL3, 400, HP sodium, $23.10. OL4, 400 shared, HP sodium, $11.80. OL5, 100 HPS, post top, $11.75. OL6, 100 HPS, UNGR shared, $5.90. OL7, 250 HP sodium, $18.30. OL 8, 250 shared HP sodium, $9.15. Special terms and conditions. Customer has signed a 1-year contract agreement with the town of Richlands. If the customer requests the light be taken down, or if the customer moves before the 1-year contract expires, they will be charged the balance of the contract. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/21.
Just keep going.
No, I'm done.
Did you want to read 2:13 or through 13?
Oh, up to, sir. Thank you.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me look ahead and we'll try to divvy this up. I'll take it. Mary Ann, would you mind to read 13, 14, 15, and 16? We'll divvy up those charts, okay? Thank you.
You're welcome. Town of Richlands, Virginia, Schedule PCA, Power Cost of Judgment. Applicability. This clause is applicable to and becomes a part of each electric rate schedule in which reference is made to Schedule PCA. Formula. The amount charged for each kilowatt of energy sold by the town of Richlands may be increased in accordance with the following. PCA equal C minus E times P over S, where PCA equals power cost adjustment factor provided. However, that such factor shall not be less than 0. C equal the estimated total cost of power in dollars to be purchased by the town of Richlands for the 12-month period. P equal the estimated total kilowatt hours to be purchased by the town of Richlands for the 12-month period. S equal the estimated total kilowatt hours to be sold by the town of Richlands for the 12-month period. D equal the average cost of wholesale power per kilowatt hour purchased by the town of Richlands, which is recovered in the town of Richlands retail rate schedules, currently 0.008. The PCA factor will be computed according to the above formula for a 12-month period beginning July of each fiscal year. Should it appear at any time during the 12-month period that continued use of the PCA factor then in effect for the remainder of the 12-month period will result in a substantial under-recovery of the power costs, the town of Richlands may modify the existing PCA factor to recover the applicable power costs more accurately. However, the PCA factor will not be less than 0. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/21. Temporary electric service rider applicability. Temporary electric service will be furnished to any customer under rate SGS or MGS. Special terms and conditions. The customer must pay either applicable miscellaneous services charges stated in these rate schedules or actual costs, whichever is greater. See service policies and procedures. Local tax adjustment rider. When the town of Richlands is or becomes liable to any political jurisdiction for any gross receipts tax, franchise tax, excise tax, privilege tax, use tax, or any other like charges against its real and or personal property for its operation, or its production of energy, or the amount of energy sold to, or its revenues received from the sales of energy to the customers within that jurisdiction, the amount of such tax, fee, or charge shall be added pro rata to the bills of said customers for electric service rendered within said jurisdiction. This process will hereby prevent customers not taking service in said jurisdiction from being compelled to share such local taxes. Such tax adjustment shall be shown on the bills of customers affected as tax adjustment. When a tax is levied on the customer's consumption of electric energy by any governmental authority or political subdivision, it may be collected by the town and transferred to the appropriate body. This local excise tax shall be shown on the bills of customers affected as consumer tax. Town of Richlands water and sewer rates. In-town water rates. Water meter size in inches, 0.625 water meter type, displacement ultrasonic, fee per new tap for peak costs, $1,100. Monthly minimum charge each meter size, $13.29. Usage allowance in gallons, 0. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons, $3.29. 0.750, displacement ultrasonic, $1,100, $13.29, $3.29. 1.000, displacement ultrasonic, $1,500, $16.02, $3.29. 1.500, displacement ultrasonic, $2,000, $20.57, $3.29. 2.000, displacement ultrasonic, $3,200, $26.03, $3.29. 2.500, displacement ultrasonic, parts cost, $34.23, $3.29. 3.000, singlet ultrasonic, parts cost, $40.60, $3.29. 4.000, singlet ultrasonic, parts cost, $43.33, $3.29. 6.000, single ultrasonic, parts cost, $102.51, $3.29. Out of town water rates, water meter size in inches, 0.625, water meter type, displacement ultrasonic, fee per new tap for peak cost, $1,100 plus labor cost, monthly minimum charge each meter size, $17.44, usage allowance in gallons at 0, unit charge per 1,000 gallons, $4.39. 0.750, displacement ultrasonic, 1,100 plus labor costs, $17.44, 0, $4.39. 1.000, displacement ultrasonic, $1,500 plus labor costs, $22.29, 0, $4.39. 1.500, displacement ultrasonic, 2,000 plus labor costs, $30.38, 0, $4.39. 2.000, displacement ultrasonic, 3,200 plus labor costs, $4.10, 0, $4.39. 2.500, displacement ultrasonic, parts plus labor costs, $54.66, 0, $4.39. 3.000, singlet ultrasonic, parts plus labor costs, $65.99, 0, $4.39. 4.000, singlet ultrasonic, parts plus labor costs, $95.12, 0, $4.39. 6.000, singlet ultrasonic, parts plus labor costs, $176.05, 0, $4.39.
Thank you.
Need water?
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Need water?
I think we'll divide this next part up. Jeff,
Yes.
would you mind to finish this category and do pages 17, 18, and 19? And Doug, that leaves you with page 20. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. You're welcome. Small water meter size in inches. We got a 0.625, monthly minimum charge, each meter size $17.93. And the unit charge of the 1,000 gallons is $4.05 for all of them. 3/4 inch, which is 0.75, it's at $17.93. 1 inch is at 2022. 1.5 inch is at 2404. A 2 inch is at 2862. 2.5 is 3549. A 3 inch is a singlet, that's 4083. And a 4 inch is a singlet, 5457. And a 6 is a singlet, 9273. Out of town sewer rates for 0.625, monthly minimum charge each meter size $23.50 for $5.40 per unit charge of 1,000 gallons. 0.75 is $23.50. 1 inch is $27.57. 1.5 inch is $34.35. 2 inch is $42.49. 2.5 is $54.71. 3 inch, which is a singlet, $64.20. 4 inch is $88.63, and a 6 inch is $156.47. For a 4 inch sewer tap, an in-town fee for a new tap fee costs $500, and out-of-town fee is $500 plus labor costs. For a 6 inch sewer tap size, $600 plus 600. Out-of-town fee is the $600 plus labor cost. For an 8 inch sewer tap size, the in-town fee is $800. Out-of-town fee is $800 plus labor costs. Appropriate meter type will be determined by the town staff. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/2021. Town of Richlands garbage and container fees. The garbage rates for residential in town will be $12.65. The residential out of town, $14.66. Commercial one-day pickup per week is $15.81. Commercial two-day pickup per week is $30.48. And a three-day pickup per week, $45.14. And a five-day pickup per week, $74.46. The container charges for 1 yard is $8.05, 2 yards, $16.10, 4 yards, $32.20, 6 yards, $48.30, and 8 yards, $64.40, and $8.05 per yard. Effective bills rendered after 9/27/2021. And the historical reference is 6440. Mayor, do you know that?
I didn't.
We can discuss that later. 6440 or 5. I don't know if you remember that.
5440.
54.
Yes.
Wasn't. Okay, there you go. Well, you were on time.
It's latitude and Canada. You're okay.
Okay. Miscellaneous services. Something.
It's okay.
Town of Richlands provides a variety of services at the customer's request. Services are charged on the basis of the following fees. Miscellaneous services, return check charges, $30. Service initiation fee, $20. Late payment charge, 10% of the balance. Delinquent reconnect is $30. Debit, credit card convenience fee, $3. The security deposit for electric residential is $250. The water, residential and commercial, is $75. Electric deposit for commercial, based on average usage. The electric services, unauthorized electric water meter operations, $50. Removal of the meter found on without authority, $50. Connect electrical service after hours, $75. Reconnect, disconnect service at the poles, $35. Temporary service, $35. That'll be effective 9/27/2021.
Thank you, Jeff, very much.
Good job, Jeff.
Would you round out the category, Doug? It's the last page.
Miscellaneous services. Town of Richlands provides a variety of services at the customer's request. Services are charged on the basis of the following fees.
Doug, you're on the wrong
Last
one.
page.
You get to skip that one, my friend. You get one page. You draw the lucky straw.
Mine was,
I know.
Okay.
Should be zoning permits, right?
It's page 20, if that helps.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's all good.
I like the zoning permits, right?
That's it.
We're fine. Yes, sir. That's from.
Zoning permits. Mobile home fees, $20. Heat pumps, $15. New business, $15. Sign, $15. Upgrade of services, $15. Remodel, $15. Structural add-on and not exceed 1,000 square feet, $20. Structural add-on over 1,000 square feet, $25. New structural residential, $40. New structural commercial, $50. Effective 9/27/2021. Should I read that motion?
I think it's okay right there. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Jeff, Mike, Richard, and Mary Ann. I want the people watching and listening and present to know should be no doubt that this council can read. Next month is the Constitution. Thank you.
And a test.
Okay. Before I call for a vote on this, I do have a question. And I would like to defer to the manager and to the attorney. Under item 12, we just read we had the reading of the ordinance, 2021-0801. Looking down, and I just want to make sure this is in the right order. If you look down to D, it says consideration of cancellation of previous ordinances. Are we talking about the ordinances, these same ordinances?
That would refer to some that prior to these four.
For the year 2020 to 2021?
Essentially, as we looked at some of these at prior meetings, they were passed, and then we realized either the numbers weren't right or the timeline didn't fall into place per our regulations. Those are the ones we're going to go back and kind of invalidate. So then we just have the final, I think it's 8 or 9 of them that are in place.
I appreciate that, John. I was looking ahead and I'm just asking for the proper procedure. Would it be in our best interest for the town of Richlands to go ahead and cancel these ordinances before we move forward on voting on these 4 ordinances right here? Can we have ordinances in place at the same time? It's just for minutes, but I'm just asking.
I think as long as you cancel them and adopt these. or
Doesn't
adopt
matter.
these and cancel them.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure we're doing that correctly. Thank you. All right, so I will, we just read, and gang, seriously, thank you for participating and helping. We're helping each other.
And you notice at the bottom of this, for your consideration, first paragraph on the motion is dispense with the second reading. So
Yes,
you won't need to do that because you actually did the reading. So you'd only have to take a motion to adopt it, and it's an emergency measure, so it'll take effect on September 27, 2021, rather than the 30 days.
Thank you, Bob. That, and I appreciate your pointing that out is important. So do I hear a motion to adopt ordinance 2021-0801, rate schedules and riders for electric, water, wastewater, sanitation, collection, and containers?
We're gonna have discussion after the motion.
Yes.
I would make that motion to adopt it.
Okay, Richard has made the motion to adopt the ordinance. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mike makes the second. There is a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this ordinance?
As a part of this motion, you're also requesting that it be determined as an emergency measure to take effect on September 27, 2001.
That's correct.
Should he say that? Should we go back?
He's making the motion that it be adopted and as an emergency measure take effect on September 27, 2020.
May I ask you to restate?
I'll rescind the original motion that I made and request a
And the
new.
second.
I'll rescind my second.
Go ahead, Richard.
I'll make a motion that the ordinance be adopted as written and
Emergency
read,
measure.
and also be adopted as an emergency measure to take effect on bills rendered after September 27, 2021.
There is a motion to adopt this ordinance as an emergency measure and take effect on bills rendered after September 27th, 2021, as pursuant to section 3.8 of the Richlands Town Charter. And we'll see if it passes. Such was passed. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
There is a motion and a second on the floor. Is there discussion on this ordinance?
May I?
You may.
Utility rates can't be passed on emergency basis by the charter. If you read the charter, they can't be passed.
I will defer to the attorney for that.
See, here's something about that. That I don't think. I don't think that's going to have application to this, and I need to find that. So that is,
It plainly says that they can't be,
where you make a reference.
it's in the charter. I'm not sure what part. I read it in the charter and I just vaguely remember it. But it is in the charter. And point blank says that it can't be passed as emergency measure. Utilities.
I have a suggestion, if this would be helpful. Would this be a time, Doug, if you're okay, and if everyone else is, to take a 10-minute recess to give the attorney time to find that?
Yes.
I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead. Richard has a question that you might want to entertain.
That you may be able to discuss during that recess.
Yes.
On,
I don't know if it will make a difference. We just would rather put it in place as soon after the bills for the previous
Yeah.
readings are put in place. So I don't know if it would make a big difference if it was pushed out. I'd have to see if it would push it back another month or not. But
my question didn't have anything to do with that portion of it.
I guess that was the reason why we were looking at the emergency ordinance to go ahead and
Okay.
put it in place.
I appreciate what you're saying, John. And you have a question now here, and he's trying to make sure we get it right about the charter. And Richard has another question regarding this ordinance, I believe.
On, Mr. Altos. On page 19 of
What?
the rate schedule and riders,
Yes.
on the electrical services, it says unauthorized electric water meter operation, $50. Does that mean that we're not going to be prosecuting,
It's just a civil charge that you're making.
so you can do civil and criminal?
A violation of the law, a criminal charge could be brought against them.
You can do an illegal hookup as well as.
Miscellaneous service charge for someone that has an unauthorized electric water meter, charge of $50. It's not a criminal, it's a civil.
So this doesn't apply to an illegal hookup after the town is disconnected?
I don't know what ordinances you may have under the town or but if you have an ordinance making that a crime, you can still prosecute that as a crime.
I just
It's
didn't.
a civil fee.
Very helpful.
Yes, sir.
Would you like, can we go ahead and, Doug, did you have a question?
Yeah, can we go ahead and discuss while he's looking that up? Is it discussion on electric rates?
We can discuss it. I was just trying to give him time to zero in on that particular thing, but if you want to go ahead and discuss, I'll ask other members of council. Are you okay with going ahead and discuss?
The attorney looks up.
Only reason I said it, Doug, I'm the kind of person, I'm concentrating real hard. I can't listen to anything else, and he probably needs to be privy to whatever was.
Okay, we can wait.
Okay, I'll just suggest, I mean, I'm built like that. He may not be.
We researched this. On one of my law firms.
Okay, so I will declare a recess for 10 minutes. I'm going to that clock. We will resume at 8:10. Thank you.
yes, you may. The provision that I think that Mr. Rattle is referring to is section 3.8, paragraph C, and operative language. Ordinances appropriate money for any emergency may be passed. Wait a minute. And no measure providing for the sale or lease of town property or making a grant, renewal, or extension of a franchise or other special privilege, or regulating the rate to be charged for its service at any public utility shall be so passed. And that's referring to emergency measures. Richlands is not a public utility.
Thank you.
As defined in the Code of Virginia, this has no application to adopting of your rates that you charge for the town of Richlands. You may adopt this as an emergency measure, so it is effective sooner than 30 days. I have spoken to John. He said it's not really going to make any difference to the town whether this goes into effect on 9/27 or 30 days hence. So it's my legal opinion, and this issue was actually researched by my law partner, Eric Weitzel, in the context of the lawsuit that is still pending on the against the town of Richlands on those ordinances. So I tried to get a hold of him, but he's involved in the town council meeting of Haswell, and I can't get a hold of him right now, but I know he researched this issue. And public utility, as used in the charter, is not a public utility. It includes the town of Richlands. It's defined specifically in the Code of Virginia. So yes, you may adopt this as an emergency measure to make it effective 9/27/2021. The town manager says it doesn't make any difference if it goes into effect on that date or on 30 days from its adoption today. So if you want to adopt it as a regular measure, without it being an emergency measure, it goes into effect October 15. He says that's not going to affect the way you do the bill.
Could I say, I mean, I think that-
One more question. Doug, thank you. Just a question. John, do you have, as the manager, I listened very carefully to what his rendering of the situation is. Do you have an opinion how you would like to see the council act?
Either way, it's fine. You want to take the little more precautious option, allowing it to go into effect 30 days is fine. At the end, it's the same result. And if it's going to be something that's going to be questioned, it's just as easy to do it 30 days, but I'll leave that up to council.
I'll ask you this, I'll just put it in plain language. Would you rather avoid any hint of misunderstanding and go with the regular ordinance instead of I'm asking you to avoid any conflict.
That's what I would think would be the best option.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
And if that's the council's desire, and who made the first and second, say we adopt it not as an emergency measure, but just an adopted, and it will be in effect 30 days hence.
Okay, Richard made the motion and Mike seconded, so I will ask for a clarification.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Richard.
Can you strike the 9/27 on this resolution and add the 10/15 without us having to meet again?
Yes. It's intended to go into effect on 9/27 because that's what town manager wanted, and in order to do that, it had to be an emergency measure. So all of the places in there where it says effective 9/27, it can be stricken. And it will
Without us having to meet again?
Go into effect 30 days.
Yeah, we just put that in there. We anticipate, so then the mayor can sign it tonight. Connie can change that wording to whatever's actually how it's adopted, and then the mayor can sign it at a later time.
That effective, it's not part of the ordinance anyway.
But for accuracy tonight, we just need, when he makes this motion, he needs to make it not as an emergency measure, but to be effective
Ordinance is
October
read
15th.
twice.
What day is October 15th? What day of the week is it?
It's Friday.
Okay, so make sure it's not a Sunday.
So do I need to
I would-
rescind the motion again?
I would take it all back and start over.
I'll take it back.
I guess I'll take it back too. I
Okay,
guess.
let's go. Okay, Richard.
I'll make a motion to adopt this ordinance regarding the rate schedules and riders to be effective October 15th pursuant to section 3.8 of the Richlands Town Charter.
And Richard has made the motion to adopt this ordinance to take effect on bills rendered after October the 15th, 2021.
I
Is
will
there a
second that
Mike
motion
seconds
again.
this motion. Good. Okay. Is there discussion? Yes, sir.
Before we pass this, I would just like to make a suggestion. If you look at the paper, it says electric service. We provide a service for the citizens. Okay. A service isn't something that you're supposed to make a profit on. You're supposed to be helping the citizens. That's why you call it an electric service. So instead of maybe adopting these higher rates, that's going to put a hardship on our citizens. Why could we, I'm just suggesting, why couldn't we consider mirroring AEP's rates, have the same structure and the same rates as they do? And you would still make a hefty profit because we buy our rates a lot cheaper wholesale, just like AEP. And that would be a compromise where we're still providing a service and helping our citizens and still make a profit if we reconsider this and mirror AEP's rates. I would ask the council to consider that.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other comments or considerations?
I did want to highlight one typo on page 17. It says small, it should say in-town sewer rates.
Run that, say that again, John.
17 at the top, it says small, it should say in-town sewer rate. The typo, I just wanted to clarify.
In-town,
Sewer rate.
got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Does everybody have that correction? Yeah. Thank you, John. Okay, are there any other comments? Any other matters of discussion on this ordinance? Being no further comments, I will ask Madam Clerk for a roll call vote.
Doug,
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, the next ordinance we need to consider is ordinance 2021-0802. And I think I will ask members of council to read these and help out, please. Jeff, would you mind to read this ordinance, please?
Ordinance 2021-08-02 be it ordained by the council. Town of Richlands, a public hearing having been duly held on the 10th day of August 2021 at 5:30. And notice thereof having been published in accordance with Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, that the rates for electrical shall increase for the 2021-2022 budget cycle as provided in the Town of Richlands rate schedules and riders for electric, water, wastewater, and sanitation collection and containers dated the 10th day of August 2021, a full copy of which is available for review upon request at the Town Hall of the Town of Richlands. Whereas a duly scheduled and advertised public hearing was held on the 10th day of August 2021, in which public comment solicited regarding the adoption of the proposed rate increase, and be it ordained by the Town Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that there be water rate increases provided in the Town of Richlands rate schedules and riders for electric, water, wastewater, and sanitation collection and containers. 1 year after that, minimum and unit charge will be adjusted by 2.6%. 1 additional year later, the minimum and unit charge will be adjusted by 2.6% again. In the remaining 6 years, assuming incomes, costs, capital improvements, and all other critical issues were accurately predicted, rates will be increased by 1%. Be it further ordained, a motion was made by, seconded by, that the second reading of the ordinance be dispensed with.
You don't need to read those.
Thank
That's
you.
what you're going to do.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. We have before us ordinance 2021-0802. The last word, the wording that we have to consider, and I will ask again for the council of Mr. Altizer and Mr. O'Daniel. It reads this way: a motion was made by blank and seconded by blank that this ordinance be adopted as an emergency measure to take effect on bills rendered after September 27th. Would it behoove us to adopt it without an emergency measure or take it as an emergency measure?
Nothing wrong with you adopting this as an emergency measure to be effective September 27, 2021.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to adopt ordinance 2021-0802 as written?
I would recommend we do it the same way we did the last.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. I know what,
Streamline them.
yeah, I
All right,
I
we'll
can
keep
make
it
it.
together.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with it.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2021-0802 be effective on October the 15th as pursuant to section 3.8 of the Richlands Town Charter. That
Did everyone
suffice?
duly note, he took out emergency measure and duly noting that the date for it to be effective is October 15th, 2021. Okay, Mike made the motion. Is there is that correct? You made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, the mayor will ask Madam Clerk to have a roll call vote.
No,
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
The motion carries. The next ordinance is ordinance 2021-0803. And let's see, Mary Ann, would you read this for us?
Ordinance O-2021-08-03. Be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, a public hearing having been held on the 10th day of August, 2021 at 5:30 PM, and notice thereof having been published in accordance with the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, that the rates for electric shall increase for the 2021-2022 budget cycle as provided in the town of Richlands rate schedules for riders for electric, water, wastewater, and sanitation collection and containers, dated the 10th day of August, 2021, a full copy of which is available for review upon request at the town hall of the town of Richlands. Whereas a duly scheduled and advertised public hearing was held on the 10th day of August, 2021, in which public comment was solicited regarding the adoption of the proposed rate increase, and be it ordained by the town council of the town of Richlands, Virginia, that there be a sewer rate increase as provided in the town of Richlands rate schedules and riders for electric, water, wastewater, and sanitation collection and containers. 1 year after that, minimum and unit charges will be adjusted by 16.1%. 1 additional year later, the minimum and unit charges will be adjusted by 16.1% again.
Thank you. Okay, this ordinance is up for consideration and a vote. Do I have a motion to pass or to put into effect ordinance 2021-0803? And I'm imagining that council would want to use the similar language to take out the emergency and to put in October the 15th, if that is council's desire. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
You want me to say it that way? Or?
please.
Yes, I will make the motion that this ordinance be adopted, ordinance 2021-0803, taking effect on bills rendered after effective date October the 15th, as pursuant to section 3.8 of the Richlands Town Charter.
Thank you, Mike. We're striking the word emergency and changing the date to October 15th, 2021. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Richard seconds. Is there any discussion?
Do have a question.
Yes, sir.
On 2, 3, and 4, 2, I was discussing the water rate increase, 3, sewer, 4, electric. On line number 3, on each one of them, it says that the rates for electric shall increase on all 3 of the ordinances. Should it say electric, water, and sewer?
That typo, John?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think we need to correct it here before we actually vote on this.
Because we adopted the one that says rates for electric
Mhm.
when it was actually talking about water.
We need to clarify that for the record. Let's take ordinance 3 first, and we'll go back to 2 to correct it. Richard, would you please read the correct language and tell everyone exactly where it is? I see it so everyone is aware.
On 3,
Yes, sir.
on line number 3 of ordinance 0/2021-0803, it references published in accordance with Code of Virginia 1950 as amended that the rates for electrical shall increase. 03 actually talks about the sewer rate increase.
So we should change, make sure I get it right, that we all get it right, that the rates for sewage,
Should
right?
be sewer for 03.
So we're gonna, John, are you with me what we're doing? All right, on the 3rd line, last words, rate for sewer. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Correction noted. I will ask the clerk to make special note of these corrections too. Thank you, Connie. So we have a very accurate record of what we're doing. Okay, let's see. There's a motion made. I believe that's right. And we have a correction. Who seconded the motion? All right, the motion was made by Mike, seconded by Richard. Corrections amended. All right, it is amended. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask Madam Clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
The motion carries. Let us please return to ordinance 02 and correct the language. I think it's important right here and now. Ordinance 02, 2021-0802. I'm glad you caught that. I'll just read the first paragraph. You with me, John? I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you, did I? Okay. Be it ordained that the council of the town of Richlands, a public hearing having been duly held on the 10th day of August, 2021 at 5:30 p.m., the notice thereof having been published in accordance with the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, that the rates for electric, we need to change that
Water.
to water. Mr. Altizer.
Yes.
I want to make sure this is absolute.
That's actually precatory language anyway. The ordinance is actually be it ordained.
Okay,
And here you actually say water.
okay.
But fair enough, it's a typo. It should say water. So
Well-
let's say, make a motion that what we adopted to delete the word electric and put in the word water.
That's what I want to know. And I understand what you're saying about the language, but we don't want to have any shred of doubt about what we're doing. Thank you.
I'm ready to make that motion.
Okay, Mike,
I'll make the motion that within ordinance 2021-0802, we amend the word electric to water, as in the 3rd line of the 1st paragraph.
thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Jeff seconds. Jeff seconds the motion. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Doug,
This was to amend the water.
Just to put the word.
Just the
Yes.
word.
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, this is ordinance 2021-0804. Doug, would you mind to read this one? Do you have it in front of you? Thank you.
So one, We've already done one, right?
Yes, this is
This is-
2021-0804.
Be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, a public hearing having been duly held on the 10th day of August, 2021 at 5:30 PM, and notice thereof having been published in accordance with the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, that the rates for the electric shall increase for the 2021-2022 budget cycle as provided in the town of Richlands rate schedule and riders for, this is electric, right? Okay. Dated the 10th day of August, 2021, a full copy of which is available for review upon request at the town hall of Richlands. Whereas a duly scheduled advertised public hearing was held on the 10th day of August, 2021, in which public comment was solicited regarding the adoption of the proposed rate increase. Do I have to read that, or?
The next.
Just to be it ordained.
Be it ordained by the town council of the town of Richlands, Virginia, that there be an electric rate increase as provided in the town of Richlands rate and riders for the electric rates will continue to increase based on various percentage rates listed in the cost of service study.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Okay. We have we have an ordinance to consider, ordinance 2021-0804. Is there a motion to adopt this ordinance?
I'll make the motion that we adopt this ordinance 2021-0804 to be adopted effective October the 15th as pursuant to section 3.8 of the Richlands Town Charter.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
And there's a second by Richard Brown. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Looks good. This one's good. Working good on this one.
I think it is.
Good, okay.
Electric was actually electric.
I believe this is the correct one. We just got carried away. It was a very shocking experience.
Thank you for doing that. It's-
Well, I didn't want to come back in the month and have to do it again.
Shocking. Okay. So is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask Madam Clerk to have a roll call vote.
Yeah, did Richard second it?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Doug,
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Again, thank the members of council for helping read everything and clarify the fine points. We really are, everyone here is trying to keep it on the tracks. Thank you. Green space update. I will defer to, that's the next thing here on the agenda. For item, Roman numeral 12, item B, I will refer to John.
I'll keep it brief. Essentially, they've broken ground on the stage. If you've driven by and seen the materials out there as well as the excavator, they are waiting on some structural steel to come in. As soon as that comes in, they should be able to move forward. We're still hopeful for a November timeframe on that. And then I'll speak a little bit later about what our next steps are on phase 2 at a later agenda.
Thank you, John. It's going to look really nice. Everything in the beginning has a roughness, but it's going to be nice. Thank you. Okay, we're on item C, Roman numeral 12, proposed charter changes. I think the council will please get the charters that were placed in your packet. They are numbered, and so we can easily turn to the changes and follow. The pages are numbered and the proposed changes are numbered. So I will ask that the first thing we should do we have the charter out? Page 11. Page is item number 1. And it's highlighted in red and it says 1. Okay, here we go. Each member of the council shall be limited to 2 consecutive elected terms in office. After serving 2 consecutive terms, the member shall not run for a third full 4-year term. After the member has not been a member of the council for 4 years, they will be eligible for a final 4-year term for a total of 12 years of service. And then we have right here, time served as an appointed member of council shall not count toward the term limit described above. Okay, I think we should take each one of these. If council is agreeable to this, I think these proposed changes, we should vote on them individually. Is council in agreement with that process?
Yes.
Yes.
So the first one is talking about term limits. I do have an opinion about this. I will share it with you. I am totally fine with term limits. I do feel that it really does complicate the matter to have 2 on, 1 off, 1 on. I think it'd be much better to have 2 terms, 3 terms, and call it a good day. Simplicity works. That's my opinion. Thank you.
I'm good with the 2 terms.
Yeah, I am too.
But this intermittent thing kind of cracks up the
A
system.
little bit.
That's my thinking.
Yeah, well, you talked about it last
Yeah.
meeting as
I
well.
wanted to mention
we
that. I
talked-
don't have other members, you may feel differently. Share your thoughts.
Do we have to have any additional meetings if we change this? As far as adopting these?
Of what you want to adopt.
Okay, because we've had our public hearing.
Essentially, it'd be a recommendation that we will send to the
General Assembly.
and they'll be the ones that actually approve it. So as long as there's a consensus, I don't want to send something in 9 months, it gets approved and then it's not what the council wanted. So I think I don't think it has to be adopted by at least a vote of consensus.
Your charter, you're given power by the General Assembly.
Yeah.
Charter is adopted by the General Assembly. What you're doing here today, whatever you adopt, you're asking the General Assembly to change your charter to have new provisions in it. They give the up or down.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so they can say no.
They can say that.
What's the cost of the charter change? I know there is a
What's
cost.
the cost?
I know there's a cost involved that we changed the charter back in 2012, 2013, and there was a considerable cost at that time.
I don't know, Richard.
None of the questions been asked.
You
I
would
don't know if they were
get, one of your local legislators to do a bill to approve these requests. I don't know if there's any charge.
Yeah, there's a charge. I remember
I don't know.
that.
Who, a charge to who, by whom?
I don't know exactly what it was, but I'm thinking it's somewhere around $10,000, and it didn't matter how many charges. It didn't matter how many changes that was made to the charter. And the reason I brought that up is I think we need to make all the changes that we're going to make this time, so we pay the 1 fee. But I'm pretty sure it was about $10,000.
I can't speak to that, Richard. I don't know.
I was on council, but I don't remember the charges. That's all I can say right now.
So if we recommend it and it's approved by the legislature in 2022, is it effective date or?
You would submit it to the next term, which would be 2022. They don't meet before then.
Right.
Still discussing.
Yes.
I mean, I'm great with term limits, but I just want to explain why I will vote no. Not that I'm against term limits, I'm fine, but it's intermixed with other things that we're changing in the charter. And I don't want to put a vote to change the charter with those other changes. If it was only that one change, I would vote yes. But But since you've got so many different changes that I disagree with, I'm going to vote no on all of them. I just want to explain why I'm voting no. I'm not against term limits. Really, I'm for them. But I don't want to intermix it with other changes to the
In other words, you don't want a yes vote, because my understanding is, Doug, we're going to consider each one separately and render a decision separately. So you don't want to mix, you want it all or nothing.
Yes.
We'll be for the motion.
Well, I
So
know
you-
that,
So you can do that, you can vote for that.
but I don't want to put a yes vote. I don't think with all those other changes that we should mess with the charter. So I will vote no on every one of them.
Okay.
If this was the only one, I would vote yes. But since it's intermixed with all these others, I can't consciously vote for any of them.
Okay. Mike, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, this had been a suggestion that you proposed.
This one is my suggestion,
Do you
yes.
have any thoughts? You proposed it, and I respect that. Do you have any thoughts about altering this to be 2 terms?
Yeah,
3 terms?
I'm ready to alter
Okay,
to 2 terms,
proceed.
yeah, and make it simple.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that within the town charter of 3.2 nominations and elections, number 1, say each member of council shall be limited to 2 consecutive elected terms in office, period. John? Okay, and that be it. That's my motion.
Okay.
You want to
So-
limit it consecutive or just 2 terms?
2 consecutive.
Consecutive.
Nothing would keep you from
Actually,
not running again after the 2 consecutive.
yeah, we can take out consecutive. I see what you're saying. You limit it to 2 terms. That's totally fine. Make it as simple as possible.
Say if you lose, you have another chance.
Yeah, there you go. Limited to 2 terms
I'm
total.
just trying to think.
I think that makes us as simple as possible.
And may I say, I think the best thing for me to do is abstain. I won't vote no, I'll abstain. Okay, I'll stay out of this. Okay.
You can do what you want. Okay. Mike, would you mind to read it the way you want it? So we'll write it. I think we need to be very careful with these
Sure.
charter changes, and we'll just write till we get it correctly,
Yeah.
what council thinks.
Yeah, number 1, each member of council shall be limited to 2 elected terms in office.
Strike all the rest.
Strike all the rest. Go to number 2, time served as an appointed member of council shall not be counted towards the term limit described above. And that is my motion.
Is that, did you say council or? Would you
Yes.
include, I mean, I know, is the mayor considered part of council?
By the charter, I am not a member of council, but I can speak thereof. I do think there's strange language. I didn't say anything. I'm not too worried about it. It says the attorney represents all these people, the people who work for the town, the government, the council, but never says he represents the mayor. I think that's just something we should consider. Clarifying language. It doesn't bother me, but I think it's a huge consideration because I am part of the government. Any mayor who's ever been here is part of the government. Our attorneys represent the government, and we are the government. That's not for consideration now. I'm bringing it up because it's important.
I do have a question.
Yes.
All right. Councilman Hurst is running for reelection to fill the expired, or for election to
Right.
fill the
The unfulfilled term. that I have.
unfilled term. So would his 1 year, if he gets elected, would his 1 year count towards this? Or is it a full 4-year term?
Richard, I think you have an excellent question, which I'm not trying to slow the process.
Me either. I just want to make sure
But
it's
what
right.
I really want to say is, I think we should, I know everybody's wanting to get ahead of this, but this is such important language. And we could walk away from here and say, oh my gosh, that question didn't come to me. I need to be cautious.
Elected full terms? So-
Well,
Well, you'll still be elected.
you're elected, so- and it doesn't,
Would be a full term.
yeah, but
But
it
that
doesn't,
isn't in here.
it doesn't say full term.
I mean, change it to,
Could change it to a full 4-year term.
yeah, that would that correct?
It just says elected.
Yeah.
I only brought the example of the mayor up because the attorney represents the mayor too, and the members of council. But it doesn't specifically say it. But that is an example of how wording goes.
So
awry.
theoretically, you could get elected. Well, no, I was just talking about the council. Because like you said, it could be elected for the 2 remaining years of a term.
Yeah.
If it was somebody,
But then you would only serve 6 years instead of the full 8, is what I'm saying. If you run for
Yeah.
reelection.
right.
Or
So do we want to make year limits or do we want to make elected?
Fair.
I don't have an opinion. on that.
Caution, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put it off, Mike.
I think
No, I
it
can
should be
I think if you said
Two.
full term, you don't think that was.
4-year
I think-
terms
I think
because
Full
he
term
could,
is 4 years.
like, he could be elected for 1 year and do 1 year and 4 for a total of 5, and that's it, the way this is. Correct?
You could
And I
pretend
just,
that.
I don't think that's,
You could argue that.
Is that where we're
Correct.
headed? Where are we
I
coming
don't
from?
agree with that.
That's the point.
I mean, it looks like full term.
We're thinking 2 4-year terms, but that's not what it says.
So you could put in case of a
Change it.
special
Full-
election.
Full term.
I would keep it real simple, 2
That's true.
4-year
Yeah.
terms,
Yeah, 2
but it gets wordy.
Or a total of how many
loose.
years? Yeah.
It's loose language. I'm just real scared about
What you were saying a minute ago, I understand what you're saying about the attorney representing the mayor. To me, I think it would cheapen the mayor position. Why? I look at it as there's 3 parts of the government of a town. We've got a town manager, we've got a mayor's head, and then we've got council. And I think they should remain separate. I mean,
Well, they are.
I think.
it. They are.
And I think if you were part of the council, it would diminish the mayor's position
I
to me.
speak, I'm not a member of council, but I could speak thereof. That's what it says.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is a different topic, Doug. I have to explain it in different, I got a little off topic, so please forgive me. We need to stick with this. My fault, Doug, not your fault.
What it sounds like is each member of council shall be limited to 2 4-year terms in office. So
I got it. Each member of council shall be limited to 2 4-year elected terms in office. Number 2, time served as an appointed member of council or special election shall not count
You add
towards,
special election.
shall not count towards the term limit described above. And that takes care of all of it, and that's simple.
Yeah, because that would have made you have, if you ran for reelection after you're elected, you would be done in your 8th year.
Mike, would you read that again, please? I'm
Yes.
gonna write it.
Number 1,
Yes,
each
sir.
member of council shall be limited to 2 4-year elected terms in office.
To 2
2 4-year
year.
elected terms in office.
Okay.
Number 2, time served as an appointed member of council or special election shall not count towards the term limit described above.
Concern, I follow what you're saying. I think these is a little brushing up personally. Time served as an appointed member of council and special election,
Sure.
appointed member of council or,
Or a special
Or-
elected.
Special
yeah,
elected.
it's got to be a little.
Special elected member.
Right, and member elected via special election. It's really 2 things that needs to be spelled out very carefully. You're right, just needs the wording, needs working on. Time served as an appointed member of council should not count toward the term limit. Time served, another sentence, to put it clearly, time served as a member through a special election does not count toward the term limit described above. I'd make it 2 sentences.
Bingo. Yeah, that takes care of it.
Does that make sense?
Makes it simple.
I really think it needs 2 sentences, right?
You got that, John?
We'll read it and then make sure.
So number 2, time served as an appointed member of council shall not be counted towards the term limit above. Okay? Next sentence, time served as a member of council via special election shall not count towards the term limit described above. Got it? That's clear as mud.
We still want to intentionally leave the mayor out of the term limits.
It's a different position.
Okay. What is council's pleasure? Would you like to vote on this one right here and then move on? Okay. So, do I hear a motion? And I think it should be read. Mike, you've got the handle on it and John does. So we have a clear
You want
idea.
it supposed to be put, this does not, or term limits do not apply to the mayor. So there's never any questioning later down.
Well, it just says council. If it's not there, it's just not there. I don't think it needs to be said, John, unless you really want it.
It outlines it up in here in 3.2.
Yeah.
It talks about the 2
I don't
years.
think we need to do. I think we're okay, John. Okay.
I'll make a motion to amend the Town of Richlands Charter for 3.2 nominations and elections to state, 1, each member of council shall be limited to 2 4-year elected terms in office. Number 2, time served as an appointed member of council shall not count towards the term limit described above. Period. Time served as a member of council via special election shall not count towards the term limit described above. That's my motion.
Everybody, okay, that's good. Is there a second to Mike's motion?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion on this?
One
motion?
more thing.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that limits or grandfathers the sitting members?
I think you could do that. Legally, I'm not sure you could do it based on the conversation I had with our
Victor passed.
lawmakers, based on what they say.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
Based on the conversation I have had with our state senator, they don't believe that it's possible to be retroactive or and it would be in effect as of 2022 that Bob spoke of and then on.
So everybody would be eligible for 2 more terms?
Yes. Based on my understanding. I specifically asked that
I mean,
question.
it's not going to be me.
So, in my instance, where I was elected 4 times to serve on the council, it doesn't count.
No, you get 2
I
more
can run
times,
for
but
2 more times.
young as you are, you got it.
Ageism, be careful. Okay,
But your unserved term, which just can't run for the elected position as council member.
what does it count?
It starts.
None of it counts.
None of it
It starts a new clock.
But let's say, I guess what I'm saying is, what if the situation happens down the road where Rod, let's say, was elected, and the same situation happened, but your elected term, even though you accepted the mayor's position during your elected term, that would count as
It counts for 4 years.
that would
because
be an elected term in office, right? Regardless of how many years you serve.
regardless. You're elected for that term. Yeah.
I think
I would thought it gone the other way.
with,
Because he didn't serve his 4-year term as a member of council.
It would be just like someone serving.
We're getting in the
1 or
weeds.
2 year.
Yeah.
Well, but this happens.
Yes.
it,
That's
well,
what I was sitting there thinking when I saw Rod. I was like,
Well,
well, wait
I
a second, he
mean,
didn't serve his
we
4
think
years.
things don't happen until they do.
Yeah.
And by gosh, as sure as you think you've got it nailed down flat, you can attest to this, I'm sure. You don't. We don't have it nailed down flat.
Yeah, but
I'm guessing.
there's another problem. The mayor's only elected for 2 years.
Well, I'm in a
Well,
different
what else?
position. I'm just giving you.
Oh,
Elected
yeah,
as
sure.
council member.
Sure.
That can't towards you.
Oh, I got you.
She was member
Good
council
point,
later.
Yeah. I think it's 2 different positions.
Well, but no, but what is he, like, if he wanted to run for council, then would that count towards?
Number 3.
But it doesn't matter. None of it matters because it's not, we'd start with ground zero, so to speak.
Well, but
Yeah, but what if it happened
what
again?
would happen again? That's what I'm saying. This situation happens, how would it be, how
I
would
don't have a resolution.
I know,
Do you, Jeff?
I know. I'm asking
Man,
you.
just
Looks like
resolution.
well, if it happened again, you would not have served your full 4 years.
Mhm.
So I think you'd have another 4-year term.
I think so.
What if somebody quits 3 years in?
That's what I was wondering if,
That's
it's
why, that's
Well,
why,
it's different if you become the mayor.
that's why I think we need to make years, but that's the whole thing.
elected or.
Elected year.
I'm kind of an anomaly, personally. It doesn't matter. I don't think we've ever had this situation before. It is what it is. Okay,
Got motion, sir.
well, let's keep it simple. If we make a goof, somebody else will fix it. What a
Count
terrible
on
thing
our
to
state
say as the
senators.
mayor of Richlands, but it's life itself. If you don't know, it is. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, there's a motion and a second on this floor. Any more discussion? Anybody want to discuss anything? I see a grin. Okay,
Well, no, I mean, I'm leaning towards saying no because like I said, I want more clarification.
so let's clarify.
Jeff, this is why I'm saying all these things really, and I'm for some of these, not all of them. But this kind of wording is so important.
We do want to like schedule just a workshop.
I
where we
think
sit
this
down
would be
and on the
better.
Computer and type and make changes.
I really think it'd be better because language, I don't know, I've made so many mistakes in my life over a word and I got goofed up. So I'm using myself as an
I mean,
example.
we're 3 hours into a meeting, we're mentally fried.
Right.
And we're trying to make changes to a charter that's supposed to, last for the town. I
Yeah.
mean, really, and this air conditioner's freezing me.
Well, come on up
The
here,
rain's
Jeff.
frozen.
You may come up here.
I missed
Seriously.
the latitude and longitude difference. So,
It was pretty
Yeah.
tough.
that is rattling.
You're a Richard guy.
I know.
We're not as cold
No,
as
I
you.
think it is so important. It deserves
It is.
a workshop.
Sure, let's have
I
a workshop.
agree, and
There's
that's
no-
why I'm saying caution, caution, and I'm not trying to wear anybody out because, I'm just, as young as I am, I'm tired too.
And have a workshop and let's get some input.
Let's abandon this right now, shall we, council?
Yes.
And we'll set a date for a workshop
Sounds good.
at the end of the meeting.
Because this one was supposed to be the easiest.
I know.
We got 3 more to go.
Mr. Altizer, are you in tune?
Yes. This is a policy issue, not a legal issue. So you all determine policy. I can advise you regarding the legality of what you do, the procedure that you must follow. But your wording is very important. Us lawyers make a lot of money. Because if you don't get wording right, there's gonna be lawsuits, disputes. What does this mean? Does this apply to me? When does it affect? All of that is very important. You need to be very deliberate and very, as you say, very careful about adopting the policy, and the wording makes sure it is reflecting that policy, what you really wanted to do.
No questions.
I think it's a really good idea. This is your constitution. So this is very important. This is the one document that governs the government for the town of Richlands. You need to be very circumspect about what you say and what you do. So I think it's an excellent idea. Everybody have a workshop and discuss these issues where you got time to think about them and look at different options and then reflect on those and then get everybody's opinion and then adopt something at a later date.
Thank you. I appreciate your wise counsel, and I'm sure everyone here does.
What's the latest date that we need to have these changes given to our senator? We're not in any rush at this moment.
Mary
What is
Ann,
it?
I don't know exactly. I think Mike has talked to.
I think it's
Senator
November.
Ackland. And it goes to legislative services where they fine tune all this. I'm not aware of a cost. I really don't know, so I can't say anything about that. But I think they'll abide by our wishes, but they fine tune those words and make sure everything is right with the Code of Virginia and not in violation of anything. I'm guessing, but I think that's how it works.
You know, a lot of times you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And you can look at other charters and see how other jurisdictions have handled like term limits. And look at the language that they've used in Wythe County or in Cannon County or Richmond, and get some input and some choices, and make sure you're doing what you want to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I suggest that we wait and we'll do these at a workshop. Is council in agreement? We'll set that date at the end of this meeting. Okay, let's put this aside, put the charter to one side,
Hurt my
and we'll
brain.
move on the agenda. Okay,
Rod, do we need to withdraw?
yes, we need to
I'll
withdraw motions.
rescind my.
Thank you, Connie. And your second, Richard.
Yes.
They, Mike rescinded the motion and Jeff withdrew his second. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, it's Roman numeral 12, D, consideration of cancellation of previous ordinances. Again, I will defer to the town manager for help with that one. Thank you.
I got a list that I'm going to pass around. Essentially, these were the ordinances that were mentioned earlier that were adopted, but because we adopted newer ones, the newer ones were what's really truly in place. So we want to go ahead and scratch the other ones from our records just so there's no confusion or issues in the future. If somebody happened to pull it up or look through our records, it's clear that there's only one ordinance that was put into place officially. So these are the ordinances based on Connie's notes. So I'll ask that there'll be a motion to essentially void out, if the attorney's fine with that terminology, the ones that are highlighted in yellow that have void. And then we had one resolution that the ordinance, the resolution number was just incorrect. So I'd like that to be included in the motion to essentially just clean up some of the paperwork that we've gone through over the last 4 to 5 months.
We do all these at once, or do I need to do them
That would be
individually?
And as you see on the approved and final form, those are all the ones as passed and in place. All those before that are the ones that will be.
So John, to clarify, the ones that says action needed where it's in void, those are the ones we need to take action on. Okay. Is there a motion from council to void, I'll just read these, the garbage fee ordinance. It's ordinance 2021-0604. Utility rate schedule, ordinance 2021-0605. Water rate ordinance 2021-0606. Sewer rate ordinance 2021-0607. Electric rate ordinance 2021-0608. And budget ordinance, make sure I got it right, 2021-0609. Those are the ones that we need to void. So is there a motion from council to void the ordinances that I just read?
And I asked that the number for the Blue Ridge Agency resolution be updated to the correct number.
Say that again, John.
The last one of the Blue Ridge Agency resolution.
Oh, okay.
2021-0601. We had the wrong number on that when it was approved, so we just want to update it to the correct resolution.
So we vote on that secondly to update the number.
Either together or separately.
I think we should void these. We're going to update this with 2 motions. Okay. So is there a motion to void these ordinances? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ordinances to void.
I'll make that motion.
Mike makes the motion. It's
I'll
all the
second
ones
the
in yellow.
motion.
Mary Ann seconds. Any discussion? Be no discussion. Roll call vote, Connie.
Okay.
1 second. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Okay, all we're voiding is the yellow.
Mhm.
Okay, approved in final form. Are we voting on that later, or is that part of the?
Those have all already been adopted. The ones that are in the yellow were the ones that were on the agenda for tonight.
Oh, so we don't have to do anything with?
No, that's just showing you, those are the final ones that are in place as of today. All the other ones before that, the ones we're voiding out.
I guess what I didn't want to do is, there's still a court case, and I didn't want to void anything out. We don't know which way that case is going to go.
Well, essentially, all these that were voted on before have been re-voted on either at the 621 meeting or today.
I think the only thing it would affect was real estate and what is it? Probably, okay, if the court case is decided,
I think
votes were passed with Mary Ann voting. Okay, that's not really been decided yet. But the only things, you could go ahead and pass everything but the real estate and personal property. There's two of them. It has to be passed by a certain date. And I don't think any of this would affect those two. If the town were to lose that case, which I'm not saying, I don't know either or. You see what I'm getting at?
No.
Okay. If the judge decides.
These ordinances were adopted in June of this year at the bottom.
The ones in green were, the ones in yellow were adopted.
Those are the
tonight.
ones that are subject to the law.
The green ones are.
The green ones, okay, they're subject to law, okay, that's what I didn't want to vote on. The ones subject
They've
to
already
law.
passed. Those ordinances are not being affected by what you're doing here.
Okay,
Right, John?
Correct.
I'm just saying, if the town were to lose the case, those passed are iffy, okay?
What's your question?
There's no question, I'm just saying, I'm just making a statement that those taxes that is passed on here saying on the paper, that's iffy, because if the town loses the case, which
Ain't gonna happen. So
it would have an
It's
effect
not gonna
on
happen.
those taxes. But since we're not voting on the green,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to help understand, and I probably am not where I need to be. The ones we're voting on in bright yellow, right here.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
okay, right, I agree.
That's just it's simple.
All I'm saying, those in the yellow won't be affected by the lawsuit.
I don't think
No.
those have anything to do with the lawsuit.
Okay.
No bearing.
Sure.
I hope that helped. They won't affect anything. They're just things we don't need them. That's what that is.
Because there's been
I hope
subsequent
that.
ordinances have been adopted addressing those specific tax increases.
I mean, since they're passed in yellow, we have no need for them, it's already passed, I agree.
Any further discussion? Let's see, let me catch up where I am supposed to be. Did you make the motion?
yes.
Did you second it, Richard?
Not sure I did.
I did.
Oh, Mary Ann seconded. Thank you. Sorry. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, the chair will entertain a vote. Connie?
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, the last one on here that we need to consider is the update on the Blue Ridge Power Agency resolution. It's R 2021-0601, voted on June 8th, 2021, passed. And we need to update that. How, John?
That R 2021-0601 is correct. I believe it was a different number on there. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but that's what it should be.
I'm lost.
The original resolution had a different number on it.
A different number than the date.
Yeah, it had like 8-1 or 5-1 or something. I don't know.
It should be 2021-0601.
That's the
Oh,
correct.
this is what it should
Yes.
be.
That's what it should be.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't clear and I
We
appreciate.
just got to
your help.
update the number and spell Richard correctly.
Okay. Okay, so is there a motion?
We need to spell Ridge correctly. I guess you did see that.
Okay, is there, I saw that. It's huge. Okay, we all do it.
64-4.
Let me tell you, we all do it. Keep forgiving everybody. Grace is the ability to forgive over and over again. Okay, here we are. I preach it every day. Literally.
I'm ready to make the motion if you want me to make it.
Make it.
All right. I make the motion that we update the number for the action needed for the Blue Ridge Agency Resolution R 2021-0601.
Mike has made the motion. Is there a
I
second?
second.
Mary Ann seconds. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, Connie.
And Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
We have concluded that part of our agenda. Okay. Next is E, Roman numeral 12E, consideration of resolution to increase the credit limit. And I would like to call on the town manager for that. Thank you.
Essentially, the bank that provides our credit cards asked for a resolution. As we spoke probably 4 or 5 months ago about adding some credit cards to help our law enforcement when they have to go out of town, or our EMS when they are in a bond and need to purchase something on town's behalf. But when they added those credit cards, the credit limit for all of our cards wasn't increased. So we ran into an issue where I spent $1,000, somebody else spent $1,000, and we were at that $5,000 and weren't able to use the card. So essentially, this will allow us to increase the umbrella limit to $20,000. Each card still has their limit of about $2,000 to $5,000, depending on who it is and what their need is. But it will allow us to not have any issues where we all have to go out and buy something in the same month, the same billing period. If somebody gets declined, their card gets declined because there's not enough credit left.
Has that happened before? I was there.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution R-2021-09-01 to increase credit limit on our overall.
Would you like to read that, Mary Ann? It would help.
Sure. Yeah, I'll read it. Resolution R-2021-09-01. Whereas the town of Richlands utilize credit cards in our daily operations to complete town business, and whereas it was brought up at previous town council meeting to use credit cards more often for town transactions, and whereas additional cards were added to the town's line of credit, and whereas the financial institution that provides town credit cards requested council's approval before credit line increase could be approved, and whereas the town is requesting a credit increase from $5,000 to $20,000 to cover the additional cards added to the credit limit. Okay, and I make the motion to approve this resolution.
Okay, so Mary Ann has made the motion to approve resolution 2021-0901. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Mike seconds. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. We're now on item 13, new business, discussion of COVID-19 procedures. I think it would behoove the town manager to talk with updates he has already taken here in the precautions here in the council.
I do have 2 handouts that we'll pass out. One of them, I believe you've already seen, it was the email from Eric Young, kind of essentially explaining what the county's doing. And then the second one is basically how we plan on mirroring what they're doing with our employees. But at this point, I anticipate that we'll continue to have our meetings like this until we get to a point where we're ready to open back up to the public. Town hall, we've had our front door closed for probably 2 to 3 weeks. So they can take us to the door, but they can't come all the way in. And we're sort of asking for the handout. Everybody there should be 2 different handouts.
Rod's got them here.
Okay.
The other one just emailed it to Eric.
Yeah. This is where we start asking our employees, probably starting tomorrow, to wear masks when they're inside and within 6 feet of another employee, or they're in a vehicle. If they're outside doing their job, we understand that it's not unnecessary at that point, but we're going to start trying to be a little more proactive and helping with the spread. Hopefully, we're going to say.
So what is our current policy if, let's say you have an employee that tests positive and he has exposed another employee?
On a case-by-case basis. Really, there's not a whole lot of direction from anybody in the health department. We're just kind of trying to figure it out. Case-by-case basis, really.
What did we do before things got better?
What our procedures were before, but something to look at.
You were quarantined before, I think the federal government reimbursed the town, with some funds that offset the cost of the employees. Instead of them having to take sick leave, that encouraged them not to come to work while they were sick and spread the virus. I think those funds are expired now.
I don't know. In Virginia, I might, like, North Carolina, I don't think we got funds, but it's mandated that we must give them so many hours off for if they have a sick child or if they weren't feeling well or whatever it may be. So right now, employees, if they get sick or taking vacation or sick time, unless they fall into the kind of category of how the counties assisting their employees where they got the vaccine, they've got a stay-at-home order from the health department, then we're looking at doing additional time off. But most of our employees that have been impacted so far haven't had all of those things. They're using sick time or vacation.
What's the percentage of the employees that's been vaccinated?
Not sure. I don't know if we have a record. We don't have a record like the ones that got it when they did it at the police department.
John, I was going to ask, as far as vaccinations, they're made available to our employees.
They have been.
People at the hospital.
They haven't been recently, but like probably around the month I started, they did a vaccine clinic at the PD and it was up to any employee.
And I want to mention one thing that might be beneficial as well. Appalachian Agency is offering, that was mentioned to you when I met with you earlier. Appalachian Agency is offering vaccinations and they will come to, for example, the town hall and vaccinate people. That's a real convenience. Somebody has to, if they want it, nobody has to leave. They could just come here. I want to offer that again on behalf of Appalachian. I spoke to Regina Sayers and she's the head of Appalachian Agency and it's a huge operation and they're willing to do that, want to do it. So that's just something to consider. Okay. I had another question. Excuse me. On the COVID policy, I just read it. It's fine. It says as of tomorrow morning. Is there a date on this, John?
We anticipate probably starting tomorrow or the following day because I'd like to give our employees notice.
Okay.
So they can.
Oh, this is proposed.
That's just kind of like what our anticipated is. And if council's fine with it, we'll move forward. I just
I
want to
got
put it
you.
into place and anybody who disagree with anything in there.
Okay.
So if it does get brought up, you're all aware of it, when it went into place.
So what happens if an employee is not vaccinated and is out of sick time, but have been exposed and are ordered by Virginia Department of Health to quarantine?
We try to work on, extra few days, hours, fortunately, but it'd be something we try to work with them to. They've started to earn them, or when they would, you see what we can do to help them out. But there really isn't a mechanism that we have additional time yet that we've made available.
See, that's what makes it difficult.
That makes it very difficult.
Well, it makes it difficult, to be honest, with the health department as well.
Mm-hmm.
And when they've been exposed and they know they don't have the sick leave, the opportunity or the temptation not to tell the truth, that's one of the biggest problems right now with any of the organizations.
And then how many employees come to work with a sinus infection because they know they don't have any sick time left? Now we're exposing additional employees. That's my concern. I'm all about a vaccine, right? I'm vaccinated, but it's also a personal preference. So I'm kind of on the fence on if we should, not give them help if it's something that was unavoidable. They don't have the time. How are other municipalities doing it? Have you looked into that?
What was your question? I didn't hear that last part, Mike. Have you looked into that one?
Other municipalities, how
Okay.
they're handling.
Other municipalities
Potential.
and other groups, such as the school system, which employs a ton of people. And I'm speaking, I think last year we had COVID pay, and this year we don't. And it creates problems. Okay.
Yeah.
And and here in this entity, I think where we're trying to come from is to do the right thing and the best thing so people don't lose hours and money on their earnings if they're forced to quarantine.
There's something
I think,
personal.
is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. I would urge everyone to get a vaccine, but that's not up to me. That is
No, I'm not talking
personal.
about that. I'm talking about COVID pay.
Yeah. That's what if they don't have any leave balance and they've been exposed, what's to stop them from just saying, hey,
Nothing.
I'm better now.
They can't miss the pay.
I'm going to come
I
to
have a
work.
suggestion. Because this involves money, but I think we still should wait because we're in a crisis, in my opinion, in this community. A health crisis. I think we should take this up in a work session. Am I off base here, guys? Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, but we need to decide how are we going to help our employees? How are we really going to help them? It's this stuff.
Or due to the urgency, because how quickly numbers are
We can do it
rising.
now.
Well, we could
What do you think?
defer to our town manager and our HR manager.
Yeah.
With the encouragement, and I have no doubt that John would do the right thing, try to help the employees. Remember several months ago when the numbers were right, I brought it up and Heather came and spoke.
We extended
Mhm.
even
Because we had
even
an-
after the federal government stopped. it, we
Right.
extended.
We did. How did that work previously? I can't recall exactly.
That's what I was wondering if John remembered.
That was before I got here, but I know in North Carolina, they got like 40 hours or 80, I can't remember what the number was. But then after the government, said you must give it to your employees, a lot of places went ahead and extended it because we weren't quite through COVID. We could do something where, we give them up to a week. You want to be careful that we don't give them 82 weeks and then feel like somebody's taking advantage of our generosity.
I think we can work with that. I mean, it's certainly a start, and if someone's dire, council, we can't consider it on a case by case. It has to be a broad latitude thing. So I think that's a consideration. I would ask the council consider that. We can maybe do that now if you're comfortable with it, John.
I would be, if we can give them up to 5 days off as if we felt that it warranted.
We have to have some kind of criteria about it instead of you can't just call in and say, what kind of
I'd say,
criteria
a positive
would you
test
use?
of the employee or somebody lives in their household that they are take care of, or kind of similar guidelines to what was in place with what the federal government did.
Yeah. And you should still, provide all the copy of orders, everything there as far
We'll
as.
work with the employee. If they run out of vacation time, they need another day or two, but we know they're going to earn it when they come back. We don't like to let them run a deficit, but in extenuating circumstances, you have that opportunity.
Other members of council, how do you feel, please?
I'd go along with John. At his discretion, if they have a positive test within that family, leave it at your discretion.
We'll put some bullet points together, what we kind of follow.
The biggest issue to me, of course, is being honest and forthcoming with anybody involved. And that's what we want to promote is, to make sure that even the employee understands the consequences of
They come to work and
what they have and what they can do. And then sometimes I don't think people realize what they can do or what they're capable of spreading. And I think that's the enormity of the situation. Town, schools, other offices, anything like that. We've had experience with it as well at our business, but it's difficult. But like I said, I've always said, if you tackle it head on, and you're up front and forth, we can work with it. And
Gives the department heads a little more leverage to say, no, you go home, or they require them to go get tested, whatever it may be, before they can come back.
yeah, there needs to be some, I agree with you.
I mean, it can save a life.
Some leeway there.
I can update you all a month on how or if it's not, what other issues, because we don't know how it's going to shift and impact our staff.
Does that, since we're going to be spending money, does that need to be in the form of a motion? Do we need a motion to do that? To give you that discretion?
We're gonna be
I
given
would defer
time
to
off.
John and, on that, but it seems to me because of our spending motion, we're giving you some latitude, which, so it gives you the power, I'll say, to do what you, the discretion, if that's what we're calling for. I sit here and look at Richard Brown, and Richard, well, as you all know, was gravely ill last year. And thank God he's here. It is serious.
I don't think we need a motion. I think it should be John's discretion.
Yeah, he's not spending anything that's not budgeted, I'm sure, so. Hopefully.
Technically, their salaries will still be in the
Yeah,
budget. It's
yeah.
not
Okay,
even work done.
Gotcha.
so are you good on that, John?
I'll work together and
I
we'll.
hope the employees know that we are, council is considering their health, number one, and their well-being. Okay. Do you need to read this COVID policy? Everybody read it?
The next agenda item kind of falls in line with that. I know there were some discussions. We hope to get the public access channel up for our next council meeting. So I was going to ask that we need to continue to do the YouTube, because at that point we were up back to the public. And I assumed that YouTube was put in place because people couldn't come to our meetings. I was going to ask, do we need to continue to do that YouTube with, but since now we're starting to kind of shut back down, I guess, I would be fine with you holding that discussion off for a later time, continuing to do.
I think I'll add this and move on. My opinion, we need all forms of communication that we can employ, because disseminating information is any possible way helps the public. It contributes to our sense of transparency, actual transparency. And if people don't have Spectrum, I don't think they can get the access channel. So YouTube is another avenue, and I think we should employ everything possible all the time to disseminate information. That's what I think. In other words, yes, keep it. Other thoughts?
Any cost associated?
I don't think there's any cost, it just makes it more complicated on the IT. And so Frank's not here. I don't know how we're going to do either, but
It's okay. I don't know either.
What
I'm just
other
saying we need to do it.
municipalities, do you know if Pasco is on YouTube live?
I don't know.
a lot of these like GoToMeeting or Zoom or some format, something like that.
Brad goes down to town, Tazewell council meetings, so I do not do court work, and he does the council work, so I'm not really sure what they're doing.
Okay. Well, we know we're gonna have to continue for a while because of COVID.
Yes.
We could readdress it like
Yeah,
we thought we were going to tonight. The cut spiked again.
there's no need for a decision at this point. We'll continue as we have been.
So you're gonna do them both starting next month?
We hope to. Mark Isom, our IT guy, other IT guy, is supposed to be coming up, I believe, next week or this week? This week to hopefully get everything set up. The camera's there, we have a computer to run it. Just gotta make sure everything's set up on the network, able to push that data to the Spectrum users.
Okay. Are we, any more conversation on COVID? Okay, or YouTube, or public access? Green Space Phase 2 grant application.
All right, as you know, for the first phase, we applied to the Cumberland Plateau, right, for funding to help with the stage. It's our we anticipate applying for essentially phase 2 for $50,000. We have kind of two quotes or estimates that Ashley's put together based on what was left out of the original scope of the whole project. And right now, it's looking like it's going to be about 62 to 71,000. The grant's for 50. But before we applied, I wanted to kind of get the council's go ahead that if we do this, the additional money will be allocated. Right now, it will probably be the ARPA money that I mentioned a couple months ago about trying to finish out some of the projects we've already started. But if we can leverage that money to get more money, to me, it seems like a win-win. But we have two quotes. I believe the higher one includes an LED marquee sign. It's about $9,000. That's something that we can cut or keep, just to kind of depend on where prices come in and where council wants to keep the budget. It's something that'd be nice to have, but it's not a necessary item for that facility compared to some of the other items like the AstroTurf, getting the playground set up. Those things that are going to have a bigger impact, but something that is in the original plan that may get cut or may be kept depending on what the council decides and direction we get. But I want to have a consensus to move forward with applying for that grant. And we get back and do and start getting close. Just want you to be aware that there will be some cost to us, but if we can get 50 from them, it only costs us 20 to 30. Things are pretty good.
What's George labor?
I think they were going to have to do something like sidewalk or curbing.
You're talking about George West?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what my guess is.
So the marquee sign, what is it going to say?
It's an LED sign.
Probably like a flashlight event, that type
Like a message board.
Announcements.
of.
Oh,
Concert this Friday or something going on PD or, bike race or.
Like the banks have.
Yeah.
I think we can control it from here.
Like they used to
And be connected.
What, Mary Ann?
I used to have one.
is there any maintenance on this one?
I know Jeff knows more about the AstroTurf that we're looking at. There is some maintenance on that. But I don't think there'd be much maintenance and it's already out there. I think that you said about 10%.
Yeah, it sort of depends on, like I said, the biggest factor as far as having turf is ultraviolet rays. That's your worst damage. As opposed to upkeep, or if you want to do grass, because I think we talked about sodding it or trying to keep grass, but that sort of limits you if rain, bad weather, anything like that. You have big traffic and it gets ruined one day, you have an event that rains it. Would the grass be a good option with turf? That's what we were talking about, I think, today. About, the turf being probably the more viable option.
Well, I think the turf would be the bigger maintenance cost and, like the projector, depending on how that's installed, it may be something we store here and then as you're getting, take it down there. Anything that we leave out in the weather, the more out in the elements, the more wear and tear is going to be on something like that.
Any more thoughts on the Greenway project, Green Space project?
What are our chances on that grant, you think?
I don't know. I guess it depends
What
on
did you say?
how competitive and how many other people.
Yeah, how competitive is the grant? You think? How competitive would the grant be?
I think we should be able to. Because the original grant, I think we got 124,000, but we could have gotten more money at that time, but, no.
They've
bills
already,
to add up to that much, so we only
they already funded the first part. They're going,
Sure, yeah.
Is this to Cumberland Plateau?
Yes,
We'll get it.
yeah. And they know that the building materials went up, that type of thing, so I think.
I think we need to move forward.
I do too, with the LED sign.
I'm excited, yeah.
you want to do that?
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
What about a bathroom?
They're there.
Yeah.
They're
close
very
enough.
nice.
It's close
John
enough.
asked me something recently. We were in a meeting, a separate meeting. He said, now I know why you're so protective. Because some of the bathrooms in town have been terrorized. And I will say this, and it's important. It is not a matter of anything except trying to protect town property. So when we have used them, they're very nice. We try to make sure adults are there or someone is there, in authority, so they don't become vandalized.
There are no bathrooms at this time.
Richard asked that in a previous meeting before you
That's what we
came,
were-
John,
That's why.
about bathrooms at the Greenway. And that was said that was part of the
Well,
bathrooms at the
mean,
section house. That's
when you got a small kid there playing, you don't have time always to make it to the section house.
No.
Hopefully the library's right there, the post office. Or,
there's some bushes.
Yeah, well, I mean, can you plant some hedges?
It's okay. It's a kind of practice for thousands of years. Nothing new. All Are we finished with this one? Let's go on to item 14, Town Manager Reports, Utility Disconnections Update.
Okay, so I want to give you an update. As you know, we started cutting off utilities about 2 weeks ago. We've set up $129,000 in payment plans with our customers. Some of those are still finishing up the paperwork and getting it in our system, but that accounts for a large portion of what we had out there. I think last month I told you about $150,000 in past due account. Right now we have about $38,000 that's not included in that 129 that people that haven't set a payment arrangement. And I would anticipate that it'll be much more difficult to collect that money because it's probably people that might owe that $6,000, $5,000 bill. They're just not going to be able to pay that amount or be here long enough to make the payment arrangements. So we anticipate that money will be a little harder to collect than people who've already set payment arrangements and started making their payments. Or I guess they'll start making their payments next month.
Thank you, John. Consideration of property donation.
All right, this is something that you all discussed before I got here. I don't need a better decision at this point, but I wanted to
Go to that room.
Can you hold on to finish this, John? We're going to go with this one. We'll take a break, John.
Okay. This is the property located over on what's Iron Street.
Yes, sir.
It was a Simmons Rand property, formerly Simmons Rand property that they've discussed with the town, potentially us taking that property from them as a donation. I wanted to kind of have a discussion with council and see if that's something we're still interested in. And if it is, then we can have further discussions with them. And this is some information they provided. I have a copy of the map if anybody would be interested in seeing that as well. But, you know, I don't know what our plans would be to do with that property. So at least wanted to just kind of have a discussion. Maybe y'all take some time to review the information and then at a later time, we make a decision on moving forward with their proposal.
Any other thoughts you want to share on this, John? This is the Iron Street property, everybody. Okay.
They're looking at doing some more remediation, but I think their remediation kind of contingent on us still wanting to take the property when it's completed. They don't want to do the work if we aren't going to be the recipients of it, as I understand it. They want to have that, continue that conversation with the town.
I had a brief conversation about this property with some of the folks here. And they have done a tremendous amount of work cleaning up over there and are willing to do more. So if it's something we would want, you want to hold that for consideration, John?
I would just like you all take some time to read this and then give it some thought, and then we can discuss it at the workshop or in the next meeting. They're kind of eager to try to definitely find something else so they can get rid of this property from their books. But I want to make sure we take the time to make the right decision before we jump into it.
We have plans for this property?
There were ideas, multiple ideas, Jeff, that we probably could talk about in the work
Well,
session. Variety of ideas, but that, what I know, there's nothing concrete, but just thoughts. Okay. I would like to ask for a recess. We have some people who need to use the restroom.
Yeah, I'm
10
on the
minutes.
Section house.
10 minutes.
There's a bush right there.
I don't-
Bushes.
I don't want to
now.
Anybody else say
We'd have been out here 30 minutes ago.
Jeez.
Let's read the formula again, one more time. Let's have a third reading.
PCA equal B
Who
minus
knows
C.
it? It's a quiz.
That's that.
Cricket.
Thank you. We're going to resume our business. Council reconvenes. We're on item 14. We're on C, electric discussion, PCA, solar and battery options. John?
All right, a few months ago, when GDS did their presentation on our utility rate schedule, we talked about visually looking at the PCA, they're looking at solar as well as battery backup options to help our system handle those peak demands that we have, especially during the summer and the winter, when the higher the peak is, the more it costs us as the provider. Ultimately, passing those expenses on to our residents. So this was something, if council's still interested in, GDS and Blue Ridge Power, I was going to reach out to them. They're still interested in eventually having a workshop, essentially sit down and really explain what each of these could mean for our system, give us some direction on, are any of these items that we want to pursue for the electric utility. So I wanted to get some direction from council on this is something we're interested in, or if we're fine with the way things are.
I know you mentioned a few in the presentation this year, I think, didn't they? The different options of, that I thought was pretty interesting. As far as pursuing something.
I think any workshop that we can learn more about the electrical system is something I'm certainly interested in.
I think we all are.
We talked about upgrading the diesels to
Yeah.
for peak season.
So I'll reach out to them and we'll try to find a date, and I'll reach back out to council and see what day we can make work. So hopefully we can have them either virtually. Blue Ridge may be able to send somebody. GDS, probably less likely, they'll probably be virtual, but go ahead and start having those conversations and decide if it's something that we want to pursue further.
We'll wait to hear from you, John. Miscellaneous.
All right, so miscellaneous, I only had a couple of things I wanted to update you all on. We've had a couple people start reaching out to the town on Facebook about when Halloween is going to be. Spoke to Chief Gilbert. His recommendation, based on what we've done in the past, would be to make Halloween Saturday evening. 31st falls on Sunday, so make it 30th from 5:30 to 8. If council's good with that, I guess I'd like it as a motion, a vote, just so we know we're all in accord with that. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer those, or you can ask the chief.
For Halloween,
For Halloween.
the 30th of October from 5:30 to 8.
You need a motion, you said?
We need a motion.
I'll make the motion. We recognize how, or yes,
Trick or treat from 5:30 to 8.
5:38 on 30th, Saturday, October 30th. In town line.
Jeff makes the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Mike seconds the motion. Any discussion on Halloween? Let's just have a general vote. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Next item I had, this is just a little pass out. FYI, I got this from Rick Chitwood. Just an update on the schedule for the wastewater treatment plant upgrades and improvements. We are getting close to being able to put that out for bid. As soon as we're able to put it out for bid, we're looking forward to getting those proposals in. We're really concerned with the cost right now. So as soon as we get some actual numbers in, then we can start looking at how that's going to impact the current budget and future budgets, and how we're going to get those necessary improvements.
All right, John, we're just getting the distribution system going.
Yeah, so if you want to take a second to look at that, essentially it's just an updated timeline. The big items are the ones that are kind of highlighted in gray that we'll be looking forward to in the next few weeks. But really, we're almost to the point of being able to put it out for bid. The attorneys have been working on some offers for some property, eminent domain. I get that completed, and as soon as we're ready to put out for bid, we will. Then we'll just wait to see what prices come in at. That'll really determine what our next steps are.
Cool.
All right. The only other item I had, I want to let you know that Barry Alley had resigned from the IDA, so we will need to look at finding another individual to take his spot. I believe he was the chair. That's the correct term. So we will be looking for, trying to begin looking for somebody to fill his role. If you all have any ideas on who we should appoint to that, I can consider them tonight, or we can consider those at our next meeting.
Did he give a reason?
I don't have his letter with me, but I can scan it, his resignation letter, and send it to you all. I don't want to speak for him, but I'll send that to you all.
It's up to council. If council wants to appoint somebody, they can do it. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say this for my council report, but it may be appropriate since we're talking about the IDA, with your permission, because it's pertaining to the IDA.
Yes.
The co-chair, Larry Worrell, delivered a letter to me today, and he did ask that I read this.
Okay, please do.
So it's dated September 13th, 2021. Richlands Town Council, Honorable Mayor Rod Curry, Town Manager John O'Daniel. The Richlands IDA had a vacancy on the authority. We voted to recommend to council to place an individual in that position. Council decided not to accept that individual as a member of the authority and place someone else in the position. That is council's right to do so. But when a committee appointed by council submits to council the recommendations, I think council should in most instances accept the recommendation of the committee or not have a committee. Therefore, I am submitting my resignation from the Richlands IDA effective immediately. Respectfully submitted, Larry Worrell. So we have the chairman
That makes
and the co-chair
2 open seats.
who are chairman and co-chair.
Okay. Well, any more open seats on the IDA? I know there's someone who was nominated who probably would like to be on this IDA. This person's sitting in this room. I don't know how council feels, but this is an opportunity.
I don't know if he wants on it or not.
I have no idea. I'm just suggesting.
Wouldn't want.
I mean, it's a body right now without a chair and a co-chair.
How many members are there on that? Yeah.
Is it 7? It's in the bylaws. I forget. I have to pull it up. It's on the town website. It's not on the Facebook. It's town website. Town. I'll try to find it. Just a minute.
I guess they need members if they're going to have a quorum to conduct business, I guess, right?
That's my understanding. Hold on. It's under town government, boards and committees. Hold on. We're getting there. Got it right here.
It's like 6.
6.
Found it, John?
Looks like 6.
I'm here. Initial selection of 7 directors have been appointed to the town council of the town of Richlands for a term of 1, 2, 3, and 4 years. Did you see 6, John?
I think 6 was just what we had, but we must have had an opening that just was left blank on it.
According to the bylaws, 7. It tells you right here. I'll try to ship it to you. Well, anyway. It's on the website under boards and commissions. You click until you get to the IDA, and it gives you the bylaws.
We have the authority as a council to disband the IDA and then ask them to reform with new members.
The IDA, this is my understanding, and I act with no authority on this at all. The IDA acts independently of the council. The council appoints members to the IDA, but it's a separate entity. And John had mentioned previously about potentially allocating funds so they could do some work that he felt was important. Is that right?
Right.
And so they operate independently. Like once they're there, they didn't have to come and confer with us, such as other commissions, like other commissions might have to do. And I may be incorrect, so I stand to have a little help here. But they act independently. But the membership is up to the council, which is why I guess Larry sent his resignation to the council.
Well, I mean, just speaking from being on council prior than in the term now, we've acted many times on recommendations from the planning commission, from the rec commission, and then we've also denied their recommendations.
We have.
So I don't know if the vote that was made last month to appoint Ms. White to the board of the IDA is what's caused these resignations or not, but it's not unusual for us as a council to not take a recommendation from any commission.
Well, the membership is up to the council.
Exactly.
The IDA has an independence of its own. That's such as the planning commission or the rec commission do not. Funding, for example, must come from council. If they have funding, it's theirs to do. That's my understanding, a very broad understanding. Do you remember when it was formed?
I do. And it was formed by this council, correct?
This council formed it. It's within the power of the council to create the Richlands Industrial Development Authority.
But I'm asking, is it within the power of this council to disband that? And
I would
reform?
think so, but I would defer to a town attorney. That's not a policy, that's a procedure. I don't know.
That would be a long procedure, don't you think? I mean, going through.
But if they're not going to be effective, if they're not able to meet because of a quorum based on the fact that they have resignations and unfilled seats.
So we know of two resignations, Barry's and Larry's. So possibly, I'm going to throw this out, possibly, we have two people who are appointed to the IDA. It could become effective. And once we hear of another vacated seat or whatever, we could fill that too without disbanding, just suggesting. Do members of council want to appoint somebody tonight? We have openings. It's within your power to do it.
I would see, we could appoint him if we have, I know we got somebody who was willing to serve before.
Yes, I know that. That's what I'm saying.
Ask him.
Well, I think you could put his name in nomination. If the guy doesn't want to do it, he'll tell you.
I'll nominate Blake Ray
Okay,
for the
there's a motion on the
Development
floor.
Authority for the town of
Is
Richlands.
there a second for Blake Ray?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds it. Discussion. Blake, would you be willing to accept a position on the IDA?
Truthfully honest, I want to have to think on
Well, what time, how long would you give us? 10 days, 5 days? What do you need? 7 days? What is the date of today? Let's give it a date, because most people just say yes.
Include
Well,
holidays?
Truthfully,
Will that include holidays?
I mean, be candid.
please do.
I don't know that I would want to be a part of an organization that didn't have support from the governing body. And last month was an example of that. So, I mean, I don't know that, I know that I have value to add, but I don't know how much value would be added, if that makes sense.
So that's a consideration that you could decide. So today is the 14th. So Blake, could you decide by the weekend, Saturday?
Sure.
Okay. And you'll let the town manager know? Okay. Would you let me know? You can email me or text me or call me. Thank you. We'll delay that motion.
I have a motion. I would like to appoint Craig Earls to serve on the IDA.
Have you talked to him, Mary Ann?
I just received a message.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for Craig Earls.
Second that motion.
And there's a second. Any discussion for Craig? Good guy. There being no discussion, I call for a roll call vote.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. Will you please take the proper action to inform him and get him sworn in?
The motion in the second, Blake, you want to make that effective upon his acceptance?
I think we can do that. So we should have a vote, should we? We'll revisit that. The motion is carried for Craig Earls. Can we revisit the motion for Blake? You made the motion, right, Jeff?
Yes.
And Mary Ann, did you second it for Blake?
Blake, I did.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. So any discussion about Blake, his being on the IDA? There being no discussion, contingent upon his acceptance or rejecting of this position, I ask for a roll call vote. Connie?
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes. Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Like unanimous. All right, so does that fills 2 seats potentially, depending on Blake's decision, and we honor that. And now we'll have to see if there's another seat available. According to what I'm reading, it says 7, John. I don't know.
Those are the only two, but I'll double
Okay.
check.
Okay. We'll have fresh faces.
That's all I have for miscellaneous. That's all I had from the miscellaneous. item.
Okay, good deal.
I would like to thank Barry and Larry for their
Service.
service too.
Yeah, very good people. Thank you, Barry, Ally, and Larry Worrell for your service to the town for the IDA, and Larry Worrell for being on council, a crucial component. And I always enjoyed serving with you. Okay. Any comments? Foreclosure update.
I see them on the agenda, and this is regarding the tax sales of 301 Fairfax on Inwood. Brad Pyatt wrote a on July the 30th. I don't think it's changed any since that time. Basically said, research indicates that no sale was pending before the circuit court for either of these properties. That being the case, the town is essentially starting from scratch at this point on both parcels. As such, we recommend following Wayne McClanahan's prior assessment, nuisance / blight ordinances be considered and adopted, then proceeding collection with them. This appears to be the most efficient manner of getting the property sold and back on the productive tax rolls, shortening the time period for filing suit under provisions of Virginia Code Section 58.13965, and also avoiding any appearance of desperate treatment between and amongst tax delinquent properties by moving on those which blighted structures exist to the front of the line over tax delinquent properties. Accordingly, we suggest the blight nuisance ordinances pass first, those properties which fall under that category as meeting the target qualification for sale, and then move forward with the sale of each as soon as possible.
So what does that mean? What do we do as
Well,
quickly as possible?
if Wayne proposed specific blight nuisance ordinances, John?
He did. I believe one of the two was passed. I thought I'd sent that to you all, but it may have just been lost in
Okay, I'm not aware of
the.
that.
I'll go back and I'll pull.
And see where we are
One that was
on
approved
that.
and one that.
We'll work with John on that.
The second one we didn't pass
On the,
There's some tax abatement with the county.
with the county. That was one of Rod's concerns with the abatement of county. We didn't want to put the county in with our blighted structure ordinances. So
And we're
we
willing to do it.
need that though. That is important.
I'm a little confused, Mike. I'm sorry. Guess I got lost in
A
space here.
few months ago, we introduced some blight ordinances. And when we got through our second reading, the concern of yours was county abatement of taxes. And I think it's kind of fell through the cracks a little bit. So we haven't addressed that yet. But we'll get back on top of that.
That doesn't have anything to do with the sale of the property, does it?
It does. That's what they're waiting on. They're waiting on those ordinances in order to sell those properties.
Okay, I'll have to think. I'm sorry, I'm just behind right
No
now.
problem. It's going to be easier to foreclose or sell those properties
Properties if they're designated under those blight ordinance. or
Under-
ordinance.
under what ordinances we would have had.
I think that was slightly different. I'll research it. I think what I was talking were credits on a different thing from the county. I believe it had a different twist than what you're talking about. I'll have to look at that and see.
Sure.
I don't know. So thank you. All right, thanks for the update.
Mayor, may I ask, so
Yes.
a timeline for these people that have been waiting forever? And it's not anyone's fault. But, they thought on June 14th, their problem was going to end. So a timeline, first we'll have to adopt an ordinance, a blight and nuisance ordinance, and maybe we can dispense with the second reading. I mean, if we're fortunate and we move past, in October, that might not even be possible. I'm just trying to get a timeline for these people that have been, I would be here next month livid if I were them, because it's not our fault, but because we cannot keep an attorney for obvious reasons, what they were told didn't happen. Not your fault, but
No suit was brought.
right. So, but we had an attorney who assured us, we all remember that, June 14th, we're supposed to be this sale. And it's so embarrassing. It's not your fault, please understand. I'm just saying, if I were these people, I would be
Wasn't
here
my
next
fault because I
month.
wasn't your
No,
attorney.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we don't have an attorney, and I think everybody knows the reason why. And I'm very thankful that your firm is gonna represent us, but I'm just trying to get a timeline for them. I mean, realistically, Bob, it's probably first of the year, right?
It's what?
Probably would be next year. Got to get an ordinance, got to have a first reading. Hopefully we would dispense of the second.
I like reading.
We got to probably, then we have to have another public hearing. The property, right? That's another month.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
The wheels of.
maybe later, Mary, February, March.
If I were them, I mean, it won't accomplish a lot to be here next month, but at least they know we're trying. We really do have the process we're trying.
We can try to have a timeline laid out of what each step is and kind of next meeting, so then we can.
Yeah, and
This
First
is
reading or
step
not?
1, step 2, step 3. This is,
First reading next month.
Yeah.
I guess Bob would write the ordinance, right?
well, Brad had looked into this. He's the one that made the report, John, and I didn't have any background information on any of this. I'm just reporting what was reported back in July. Nothing's happened since July that I know of on our end, and that we've been asked to do anything since July. So I guess our office needs to work with John to kind of see where we are and what we need to do to.
Let me ask you something. The guy said he would sign the property over free of charge. Couldn't you talk to him and say, okay, deed it to the town and dispense if you want to hurry? He'll deed it over for nothing.
You talking about the Linwood Drive,
Yes.
that one?
Now, he wants to get rid of it. So why go through all this?
Get a little liability for.
somebody's going to buy it from us.
Well, I mean, if he deeds it to the town or how the attorney wants it, I go through all this, it'd be a lot quicker if you just contacted him. But I think he's in the Philippines or someplace. But he was willing to give it free of charge just to get rid of it. So wouldn't that be a lot quicker?
Well, that's just one of the two.
That would at least get rid of what you're so embarrassed about. And
We just-
Well, I'm more embarrassed about Fairfax Avenue because that one has been
Well-
talked about for
at
a
least,
couple
Are
of
you talking about
years.
comparison to the neighbors, people that want to have something done about it?
Yes,
That's who you refer
but
to.
they were given an answer by our previous attorney that on June 14th at 9 a.m. on the steps of the Tazewell County Courthouse, there'd be a sale. It's embarrassing then to say, what happened? Nobody
The only
knows.
thing you can really say is he left.
Well, they know that, but I
It
mean,
doesn't make you feel any better nor anybody else, but I get it, Mary Ann.
right. And, you know, the Linwood Drive property is horrendous as well. But we've been talking about the Fairfax Avenue property for a couple of two years.
or could we say, let you investigate, maybe him deeding it to the town? That's at least part of the problem. And then you can pursue.
Well, I think that's what we need to do is put our heads together, what we need to do. That's what I said, I'll discuss this with Brad, he's on vacation this week. And I'll try to talk to him about this next week, because he may have some background on this that I don't have. We'll kind of coordinate with John to kind of see what the options are. I guess what we're really looking at is you want to have something done with these two dilapidated properties, right?
And I know there's multitude of more dilapidated properties. And some people say, why do these two get pushed to the front? Well, they've been discussed longer.
And that's what the nuisance is supposed to do, is push these kinds of properties to the top of the line.
Yeah, I don't know, I think they've been more than patient. I mean, is Wayne McClanahan available for Brad or you to speak to?
Well,
Or would it
in
even
what
help?
regard, Mary Ann?
Well, yes.
Nothing was filed.
Right.
You know, there was supposed to be a sale on June 14th, but no proceeding was brought for any sale to happen on June 14th.
If they give you all their information and let's just say they just kind of dropped it, are there timelines as far as our readings? Can they just hand that stuff over to you and you take over? How would that work?
Well, I don't
Is
know
that
what
possible?
Cunningham did and didn't do.
Yeah.
John tonight gave me a box of stuff, and I have no idea what's in there. All that from Wayne?
A lot of gold or something?
I knew from the attorney before, Wayne, that Wayne just never, I don't know.
I don't know if it's from Brad, it's from Wayne, I don't know what's in there. That, my car's full, but, something like that.
Maybe it's in there, Shannon. So just let us know. You two guys
Yeah,
work
they-
together.
yeah, I mean, I just appreciate, and I think the citizens are watching. They may not have stayed up this late, but I think one at least probably is, and she sees that we're doing what we can, and I'm pushing it hard.
If there's any money in that box, you let us know.
Okay. Foreclosure. Any other discussion here? Thank you. Thanks for the contributions, Mary Ann in particular. You are all right. We need to get this done. Council member reports, non-voting items. Jeff?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple things. I won't be too long. I did want to talk about a couple things as far as the ARPA money is concerned and what we may be able to invest some money into. And one of the biggest things was a project that's been sort of near and dear to my heart for the last 3 or 4 years. And it's a artificial turf field, a sort of sports complex at the rec park. And we've talked about doing some renovations at the rec park, especially with the tennis courts, with the soccer fields, and baseball fields that are over there right now. And I've had a couple of talks with our town manager and several talks with you guys too about maybe looking into maybe designating some of this ARPA money for an update for our facilities down there. And this would be included in it. I've been in discussions with a turf company out of North Carolina that might be interested in coming up, looking at it. A few years ago, we had Lighthouse Engineering here in Pounding Mill do some site plans, and I have them here if anybody wants to look at them too before you leave. I won't hand them out, but they're here if you want to look at the plans about basically his plan for putting a turf field down there, which would be conducive for multi sports. 2 or 3 sports could even use that. Be very aesthetically pleasing appeal over to Rec Park 2 with the facility that we've got over there right now. Be a great opportunity for our youth to be involved in different aspects when weather dictates that they can't use certain fields that might be, like baseball with flooding or, with water when it rains, they can't use the field. But, a turf field is pretty convenient for 365 days of the year if the weather permits, snow or freezing or something like that. So that's one of my sort of shout outs this month to see if we can maybe pursue that. And I've also looked at, and I know Ms. Harris has already left for the evening, but there is a round of grants that are coming through the Land and Conservation Department through the state of Virginia. And they're supposed to be late fall. And there is a $500,000 matching grant that's available for projects and recreational facilities. And soccer fields are included in that discussion. So we have a lot of the legwork completed for the application. I looked at the guidelines for the last application, and we're all but project ready outside of a couple of basically public hearings, comments, that we have to have in order to submit the application. So we're right there on the cusp of this, and I think we could be definitely pushed to the front of the order. And it's a great opportunity for us to update our facility, because I don't think we'll ever have another opportunity to have the funds that could really help us down there. So that's what I wanted to sort of present to council tonight, to the mayor, and see how you guys feel, or if you had any questions about it. So.
Jeff, several years ago, you had mentioned the idea and asking for personal commitments. I remember, and you might remember our discussion.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's still a good idea. And as I'm understanding, some of this money may be available that we're going to get. Is that right? Could be available to help fund the field.
Sure. Yeah.
I think it's definitely worth pursuing.
And like I said, that's why I wanted you to look at what we had done originally. Sort of changed a little bit in scope, but I was talking to the people this week, and they want to come up and look and sort of see some ideas about what's there and what they could do as far as accommodating as many sports as we can on that field.
How many sports you think?
I would say you could accommodate softball / baseball. You could accommodate soccer, and you could accommodate football. And then anything off season, people could use it year round for other, things. But the lines, how they do it now, they can design lines on there. They can do tick marks to where if you needed to do football one day and then soccer the next, you can use those. They'll map them out for you.
Would the idea be to have the Richlands youth football league utilize that field, or is that not possible?
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody could. The thing we have to do
for uprights and things.
Well, you could put field goal posts on there if you wanted to use them. A couple ones that I've seen don't use field goal posts, but they can play midget football on them.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? You can still have the field.
I can go for 2, something like that.
That's basically what they do at a lot of these places that don't have field goals. Yeah, but like I said, we talked about it at the beginning. It was going to be a soccer only facility, but at this point, like I said, if we can utilize these funds, I would want it available to every organization or whatever, so that we could schedule it properly so that we can maximize use. I want people down there every day, if that's the case. So,
What do you need from council?
well, basically, that's what we were talking about, a commitment with the money. If we were to get a quote on it, the guy wants to come look, and he's going to give us about a turnkey number as to what he thinks to do down there.
Is that the next step? Is that what the next step is?
Yeah, that's what I sort of talked to him about. I mean, I don't want to, it's like what I told him today. I don't want to invite him up here to look at it if we're not going to do it. But, at the same time, we have to go through the hoops of the process through, requesting bids or whatnot. It might be 2 or 3 different companies that we pursue. But, within these renovations, we're looking at not only the field, but, we could even look at tennis courts, the ability to put some more parking down there, which is what we need. Definitely, fencing. I think that's the biggest thing we need down there to help protect what we do.
What help do you need with the grant?
The grant process, that's a little more intricate. And hopefully if they do the round of grants, it's going to, what I've seen with them, they move very quickly. So if they announce the grants, you've got to have everything done. Now, a lot of people have ideas and they'll submit their ideas for the money. But the good thing with us is we have actual site plans and that we could start the project in theory tomorrow if we had all the requirements for the grant, which includes like, public hearings, need stuff, why we're doing it, who's it going to serve, how many kids, how many people are involved. Those are the types that they look for qualifications. I don't have as much experience with grants as probably Connie does, but, or somebody that, can write them. So we've got sort of a little bit of the team together to look at that. So.
I would think you're way ahead of the game because of the plans you already have from Lighthouse Engineering and
Yeah,
from the Kirk Company.
there's one big major hurdle with drainage. Of course, he wants to get his guys to come in and look at it as well, see what they think. Maybe take a second estimate on what Eric's done. Ones that put it in for a living, I guess the ones that they use because they service the whole Southeast.
I was going to, is all that being worked out, Jeff, drainage, environmental issues?
Oh, yeah. It was worked out with when Eric did it about flood plans, the 100-year plan, 200-year plan, and what it's going to, if that area falls into it, grading, excavation, stuff like that.
So what are your next steps?
I'd probably reach out to him to see if, council was in favor. I'll probably reach out to him to see, if we want to pursue this, if this is something that we can look at, we would have the funds available. I'd probably have him up here on a first site visit. And then he'd probably, give us an estimate.
The value of this, Jeff, I can see it, but you're most acquainted. What is the value, not monetary value, what is the value of this for us? That's important.
I think it gives us a facility for our citizens to be not only proud of, but to be utilized year round and to have something that they could go to participate. Don't have to worry about weather. Don't have to worry about really, the condition of what's going to be down there. I think would be second to none. Multiple sports. I mean, just any type of activity. You don't even have to have, you just want to get around and let it run around on it or something one day. But, that's up to, at that point, that would be up to probably the commission or the manager to govern, to help govern how we're going to use this thing and how it's going to be utilized. So, and there's all kinds of options. If you had a facility like that, that helps your pool, that helps your indoor, your indoor activities as far as your basketball, even helps, tennis, the tennis courts, if we wanted to put some money into the tennis courts, do that. That can help.
So it increases the center of gravity.
Well, sure it does. Yeah.
Right.
But that facility is a top-notch facility. What do you mean?
I don't mean to disagree with you or, I mean, it's a wonderful idea. But my only thought is Richlands is dying and we got to think out of the box. And you can ride down in Richlands Friday, Saturday, nobody. It needs something downtown, some kind of draw. And the wreck is a treasure. It's a draw if it's put in the right place. If we took that money along with some grant money and move it downtown, a whole new facility. And, you know, with a 3-year plan, let's do it right. With a few grants, if we get 4 or 5, add 5 million to it without raising taxes. There's a way. We need a new fire station. We need a new fire and rescue. And we need a new rec center, in my opinion, that can be seen. And that would be a perfect place downtown if we use that money and renovate maybe the police station with those millions, with some grants, and give.
We've looked at a couple different locations as far as this
give
field goes.
people hope.
Well, as far as the location of a complex this size, we have looked at different locations because, like I said, there's definitely opportunity or thought for locations and what it means to you. Now, if it's ran properly and utilized properly, I think, you could have all kinds of stuff on the weekends, down there as far as not only sports leagues, tournaments, anything like that.
That's not going to draw anything downtown. It's out where nobody, you can ask half the town, they don't know where the rec center is. I mean, ask them. But if we had that facility of the rec center and a whole new facility with new pools and everything inside of the town, downtown, where people could go by and see 500 or 600 people daily utilizing that, the whole community would have hope. Right now, Richlands has no hope. You put all that money up there where it's hidden, it's not going to help your town. That's my opinion. We need to think out of the box for $10 to $12 million, and that would be a start with some grants, no raising taxes. We could figure it out. We could build a whole new downtown and change Richlands and give people hope. Now people look, for the last 20 years, we've done nothing at all. But if we thought out of the box and come up with a plan and, hey, look what we're doing, and they saw some activity down here and the rec was moved down here, Mary Ann, it would change everything.
Basically with the rec, finding the area to do something that's massive, especially in town.
We could take the police station and renovate that. Okay, 75% of the people that use the rec are Cedar Bluff, Claypool Hill, out of town. All they do is go there and go back. Okay.
I know it's 75%.
Can I hold on just a minute? I'm not opposed to anything you're saying or you're saying. Where Jeff is talking about a dream, you've got a dream. And they're not necessarily different dreams, just where the dream's going to happen.
Yes, that's right. I didn't mean to get us off track.
No,
It was just my point. I didn't mean to take too much time.
Doug, I appreciate what you're saying. I really do. And I also appreciate what Jeff's saying. So in the interest of
time and consideration,
time and being concise, but I do, please, accept what you're saying. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, do you have any other things you would like to present during your
No, I
report?
would just like, like I said, if I could get a sort of council's I guess if you want to say.
You're in a consensus?
Well, consensus or something to where, I could tell somebody, hey, if you want to come look at that, we can start to get some pictures and, basically drawings or whatever, see if they want to do some site plans too. See it
I think it would be helpful. I haven't seen the plans. I know something about the project. He had talked to me years ago about this. And I think it would be helpful, Jeff. Here's a thought. In our upcoming work session that we're going to do, if we could take time to look at the plans when we have clear eyes and clear heads, I think that's convincing. I personally feel like it's a good thing. I think everybody would. What do you think? Would that be a time that you could share those and put them on the table so we can look at them? Is that okay?
That'd be fine. Thank you.
I'm just trying to find a way. Anybody else have other thoughts on that? I don't think we need to let it lie to the wayside, but we'll find a time and a place so we can really look at that. Are you okay with that, Jeff?
Yes. Thanks for your time.
Anybody else have thoughts on that?
I want to allocate it all to first 2 or 3 things, and then get to the end and it's all spent. And then we're going up on rates or taxes or whatever it is because we did the projects that.
Right. I think that's important.
Let me ask you this, why can't we do like Tazewell? Have community take part, have a community committee to take part with the council and decide how this money's spent. They appointed a committee.
You
And-
could, I think politically, it would backfire because we're doing a water and wastewater plant. I'm in $4 million over budget. So it'd be my recommendation to do the unfund thing, use some of these funds to pay for that so we don't have to go up on utility rates. If the public's going to want to do pools and splash pads and soccer fields, all the fun stuff that, I can't blame them for. But then council's, 2 years is going to be in a tough spot where we spend all this money and still have these projects overrun, and we have to go up on rates, and then everybody's mad again. So it's kind of, I would recommend that you all go speak to your constituents and then come back and we have that discussion as a group.
Well, shouldn't they have a decision in it? I mean, the community, how that money's spent? I mean,
Well, their job is to give y'all their ideas and then you represent them.
well, I know, I mean, I don't see how Tazewell, look at Tazewell, they're doing stuff. They're moving. And what are we doing? Nothing. We don't know, we can't make all the decisions for the communities, but that's what you want to do. Okay, why can't we have participation from business leaders and the other people in the community? And they have a voice. They have to pay all these rate increases that we're giving them. Why can't you give them a voice? You
Well,
know?
Doug, I'll give it to you my way. It might not be the best way. What we are an indirect democracy. People will elect representatives to do for them, to make decisions for them. And that's why you're here. You're their voice. Jeff is their voice. Mary Ann, Mike, Richard, myself, we're all the voices for the people. And there are sometimes referendums on different things. I think this, what kind of money do we call it? COVID money? ARPA money. Has certain, I guess it has certain ways it can be used, certain ways it can't be used. I don't know what those are, Doug. I would have to defer to John, but I suggest that you, the constituents, the people who vote for you, who support your ideas, or may support them now, not later, or whatever, we don't know, that you're representing their voice. And I'm listening carefully, not dismissing it at all. Please don't feel that way. Some of your ideas are good, but I'm trying to think of this money and how it can be used. And my conservative side, and I have a real spendy side, but my conservative side right now is if we can have the extras to do some of the things that you want to do or Jeff wants to do, I think it's great. But what I'm hearing you say, John, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we would like to have some of that money, which legally can be used for our wastewater plant or for cost overruns, so that we don't have to come back to the board and say, we're really sorry, we didn't save our money for the rainy day. They gave us a pile of it, but we don't have to spend. We're going to have to raise your taxes. Is that what you're saying?
Taxes or utility rates.
So in the interest of something else that you are trying really hard to do is to limit taxation, and nobody likes it, but I think that would be the best way to go right now and help your initial cause of keeping taxes low. That's my thought.
Can I elaborate on what John said?
You sure can.
Just so all council's clear. We're in the middle of an incredibly large wastewater treatment plant upgrade. Okay. And a few months ago, Thompson Litton come to us and said, listen, because of COVID, this is going to be 30% more than probably what it was going to be. Okay. So we've raised our rates to a certain point to accommodate
these upgrades. But what we haven't done anything with is that 30%. So what that means is the way it looks right now, we're going to have to find 30% more of this project to pay for it. We don't have that money. So where does that money come from? The money comes from raising rates again. Doug, I know you don't want to raise rates again. You ask any, majority of the citizens, hey, we've raised your water rates again, but guess what? We're going to have to raise them again. I don't want to have that conversation.
It's hard enough.
So, yeah, that's a
was just
horrible
handed
conversation.
there in that way.
So that's what John's trying to say. That money, that ARPA money can potentially go to those upgrades and those costs that we weren't expecting. And unfortunately, we have those.
We don't know how much.
We have no idea.
Below, and it frees up more money to do some of these projects you want to see. Or we just want to say, hey, we're going to do this rec park renovation, but to do it, we're going to use this much ARPA money and do a half-cent tax increase. And a lot, in my experience, people don't like to pay taxes, but they see, I'm paying this a little bit more, but I'm getting this, and they can see what they're getting. They tend to be more willing to, support the project depending on what it is. But there's a lot of moving parts, and until we really get those quotes in, we're not going to know.
How much do we have? Do we get?
We got the first half. I think we're supposed to get like 5.2 or 5.4 somewhere in there. We've gotten about 2.7, 2.6.
So you're saying 5.2 or 5.4 total?
Yeah, total somewhere in there.
I can't see the reason that we couldn't do both, offset the cost on the.
I don't have my list. The thing I gave you all the last meeting was what my recommendation would be to set aside, I think, $4 million for the overages, and that puts like 1.2 left. And then we have the revitalization that we're planning on doing downtown. It costs us about $500,000. And then I'd recommend some small stuff like the drainage, like the Pizza Hut. It could be a couple $100,000 finishing the green space. But we can have this. There's so many different options.
Yeah.
But,
Just put it in the work
I'm not
session.
saying we can't do it. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of.
Our situation.
If we do that, we may not be able to do something else somebody else wants.
Could I say one last thing and I'll shut up?
But Doug, we can actually do this.
You're next.
I have a thought. Jeff, are you through?
I'm done.
It's your time, Doug.
Sorry.
Okay.
5 minutes.
My thing.
No, you're fine.
On this situation, without any input from the community, we've done nothing for the last 20 years. We've ran the electric system and we're the highest in Virginia without any input from business leaders or the community. So I look at track records and we don't have a very good track record of running things. There's a deficit someplace of ideals. We've taken a system that could have been great for the citizens, and now it's an anchor because their electric rates are probably 30% higher than anyone in the surrounding communities. So I don't have much faith without some input from other people from the communities that we can do anything. If the past is anything of the future, that's my thinking. But that's just what I think. But two things I have, that's it. There's some guy, I'm not sure, don't even know his name. He's wanting to renovate the Hilltop Hotel. He's saying, which I don't know what the conversations were, but maybe 2 years ago, the town agreed that they would give him his water system for like $3,000 or $4,000. So when he starts putting the money in, that's his side. I'm not sure what the town's side is. They raise it to $20,000, and he don't want to put the million in to renovate Hilltop Drive-In now because he's saying the town reneged on their deal. You know anything about that?
I've looked at it, but it's been a month or so. I know he's come back wanting like 2 6-inch taps, and we don't have a line close to him. Part of the proposed upgrades for the water plant were to put a line down through his property. And I think the discussion, if I remember correctly, when he had it several years ago, was under the assumption that we put a line right by his property. So then our costs are so much smaller versus if we have to run the lines through somebody else's property or under a bill, something like, I think that's what it was, that when we had that original conversation, that it was, based on the anticipated new line that he could tap onto that. But I think we looked at it, and the cost he was asking us to absorb to me was way too much based on what I'd seen him invest. And until I see him doing large, thousands of dollars dumping into that property, I don't feel comfortable writing off $8,000, $10,000, $20,000 worth of water taps, because we don't do it for anybody else. But at this point, I haven't seen him put in the investment to make it worth bringing to council or having that discussion further on us eating that.
Could you have some more discussions with him?
I
and
think the
maybe-
way we left it was we were going to wait and see what we ended up doing with the water project improvement. That was 2 or 3 months ago, and I thought he was completely fine with the way we left it.
He wants to dump the money in, he says, but he can't. Maybe if he could renovate that, that would be an asset to the community. Maybe if, I don't know.
I can get the information and bring it back to our next council meeting.
You
We
could
can have
talk to him and say, hey, what are you doing? What do you propose? And let's compromise some way.
Maybe a contract of some sort.
I would have to look into it. I can't remember all the details, but there were some where it's going to be about $20,000 for the taps and the meters, and he wants like 6-inch lines, so that it's a lot bigger than what we normally do, because he's want to do like a laundromat and a hotel and like that little building kind of up the road towards this direction from it. Our line kind of stops right there, so you'd have to go like under that building or around it. It's just more complicated, but I'll get the information and I'll try to report back to everybody on kind of where we left it and what our quote was on that.
I'd love to work with him. I got the same call.
Yeah.
So,
Ramona Simmons has
So-
spoken to me about it, and maybe
I mean, if y'all
Tim Taylor
are
too, maybe.
confident that he's going to dump them, I just haven't seen enough that I feel comfortable, eating $20,000 worth of, utility taps, but we'll look into it. I'll provide some more information and update to everybody.
maybe it'd be a situation where if he gets operate, maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking
I get
if he
the-
pays for it and we get to a point where we feel like he's put enough money into it, there'd be a reimbursement or hey, here's.
I get a feeling he's just trying to fix it up enough to flip it. And what that, does that mean somebody else is going to come in there and finish it, or I'll get into
I
it,
think
see what our options are.
Mikey had a good idea when he's put so much in it. Make a deal with him. Hey, we'll.
Come up with agreement.
We're somewhere he pays for it.
Got a contract?
Credit back on it.
Credit?
But make sure it's
Creative.
enough to make sure.
We need to
it's
work
enough
with
to compensate the town.
This for the hilltop.
And, maybe ask Tim Taylor what his conversations were with him, because that's what I was told,
I think I
that
talked
the previous
to
manager had
Tim
made
and-
him some.
I think I talked to
Promises.
Tim, and what he told me were 2 different things, but I'll follow up. And
Anything else, Doug?
Just one statement. I just want to tell everyone, I live in Richlands. I spend the amount of time in Richlands. You talk about jobs. No one has, I provide more jobs directly and indirectly than anyone in town. I pay more taxes or as much taxes as anyone in town. So I not only live here, I have a stake in Richlands. And I intend to stay here. And I think the community would respect us a lot more instead of attacking council members if we came together and worked together and tried to solve all the problems the community has. The only thing that they hear is how a council's fighting, bickering. They don't need to hear that. They need to see a council that can work together, solve problems, and stop trying to destroy each other. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Doug. Logan isn't here. Mary Ann?
To start off with, I know that everyone has heard the sad news of Richard Smith. He is our planning commission. Is he still the chairman? And he's been the chairman for a number of years. So I just think everyone could continue to keep Richard's family in your prayers as he lost his brother Shannon to COVID, and Shannon's daughter is still in the hospital with COVID. So just remember the Smith family during this loss. And so as far as recreation, I know Monday night when we have rec commission, we definitely we've talked many times about Jeff's soccer project. So that'll be the main topic of discussion. And, I don't want to go back through all that again, but obviously I know rec commission is very supportive of that. And finding the property, like Jeff says, for a field that size is the problem. Finding a different location. So the rec commission will meet Monday at 6 p.m. upstairs at the rec park. And the pool was closed on September 4th. I've said at every meeting, very successful pool season. As far as expenses with the pool, it was the best it's been in years. And lots of kids down there. Tons of pool parties almost every single night. Sometimes they were overbooked, right, Mike?
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So anyway, lots of demand for pool parties. So Clinch River Soccer Association, though, that's next. That's super exciting. And I really have to recognize Jeff, because 20 plus years, this has been something that it wouldn't be without Jeff. And he puts his whole heart and soul and a lot of time into it. So they got 150 kids at this point registered. They start next week. They start on September 20th through October the 14th. So if you want to see fun and crowded situation, go down there on the Tuesdays and Thursdays. Is that when the games are, right?
Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
So thank you, Jeff. And also, Jessica wanted me to mention October the 6th at 6:30, there's a free women's self-defense class at the rec park. And then I think you probably may have seen on Facebook where the Church of Latter-day Saints was in our area on Saturday. They did a lot of work down at Critterville, I think Teen Center, some other areas, and there were 100 volunteers. So that was much, much appreciated. So that's all I have for rec, and I felt like out of respect to Blake, and almost Doug, you led into it, but I think out of respect to Blake Gray, maybe now is the appropriate time to have some discussion about his recommendation or thoughts, opinion of asking our town attorney of a possible investigation of two council members' residency. I mean, I'm just bringing it to the floor for discussion.
For the past 2 or 3 years, the council has brought up certain members. I've been investigated by the attorney general, by the district attorney or Commonwealth attorney. I mean, they're the one who investigates. Our town attorney works for the council. He can't investigate one of the council members. That's not his job. And you're talking about running up a bill. If he wants to follow me around 365 days a year, that's going to run a bill, So it's ludicrous, If you want me to investigate, do what you've done the last 2 years. Go to the Commonwealth attorney, turn me into the attorney general, go to the state police. That's their job. It's not the job of the town attorney. And it's so, like I said before, we're the laughing stock of Southwest Virginia because of this crap. I mean, let it die and work on the problems that the community needs, not on destroying each other because some vendetta.
Again, out of respect to Mr. Ray, to bring the discussion up, but I would like to say, Doug, I have not went to any of these individuals or organizations, not me personally. I have not done any of that. And I don't want to get this into we are a laughing stock. It's very embarrassing because we are extremely divided. I mean, it's embarrassing when you run into people and they say, oh, you got canceled tonight. You know, people in other communities, we're going to tune in on YouTube to watch y'all fight. It's not something that I enjoy, that I want to be a part of any longer. And we cannot accomplish anything. And when you say for 20 years we've done nothing, how many years have you been on the council?
About 20 years, and I've fought the whole 20 years to try to get something done.
Doug, do you ever feel like you talk about this, you talk about division and you talk about not working together? This is a serious question. Do you ever feel like, do you ever examine to yourself that maybe you're a part of that problem? Do you ever think that? That's all the question I have.
The only thing I do is issues. I try to push the issues that help the community. I don't attack anyone in here. I don't try to throw anyone off council. All I do is work on issues. And I'm not, I don't challenge anyone. All I try to do is work for citizens, what I was voted for.
Okay, thank you. Marion, is there anything else in your report?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Let's move on. Mike?
I have a few things to say. First one is point broadband. We still have that, the mapping, I think it's called a KMZ. And our electrical folks continue to look at that. And there's certain ways you have to look at the way point broadband wants to connect to the poles, and that's going to take us quite some time. We continue to work through that estimate process. That's not, that's still very premature and something that's going to take some time in order to figure that out. Our electrical team is very short-staffed, so in order to really dig deep and get a proper estimate, it's going to take a lot of time, and but still something that we are currently pursuing. The next one is the Kids Day Bash weekend that we had. That was incredible. We were so humbled by the support from the community for that. That was such a success. It was an incredible thing to do. We had so many kids that came out and was a part of that, and so many volunteers, and was such a great thing for the community, and getting all the emergency services involved, and the support that we had financially was just absolutely credible. We had over 40 different people donate as far as different types of things. Financial was the biggest thing, as well as food, water, and other things. Time, labor. It was just, the 40 donors were just money, food, drinks, things of that nature. And it was just incredible. We were able to raise over $17,000 in just over 45 days. And that is an incredible feat. That is something that we are we're speechless that we were able to provide that. And that's just a testament to our community and just how great we are and how well we come together for the children of the community. We were able to give away 1,300 of those backpacks, approximately, somewhere around in there. We still have around 200 left that have school supplies. Those are going to be given out probably later in the year, or if we find any child that is in need or anything like that. A lot of the teachers voiced opinions that in the beginning of the year, they're pretty set. Kids are pretty set on things, and they get donations and things like that. And in the second part of the year, we'll reevaluate and see how, if any of those kids need any extra supplies, or if any other kid needs a backpack or anything like that. So we're so pleased. We can't believe that we were able to do that much for the community. We had approximately somewhere around $3,000 left after we bought all of our supplies and stuff like that. I promised our donors that money would go back into the community and stay in the community. So the goal is to go to each school, 4 schools, both elementary schools, middle and high, and find out what their needs are, and provide the school with something, rather it be in that situation later in the year, whether it be PPE, whether it be, some type of other thing that where we can be beneficial and say, this is from the community, because that's where that money come from, and that's where we want to keep it. And we made the vow that it was all going to stay local, and that's incredibly important to us. So we're going to split that up evenly between the schools and say, what's most important to you? What can we help you with? We have some money set aside for you, and this is your chance to have a piece of the community that we were able to do, and we're so excited about doing it again next year. Bigger, better, stronger. We were just floored at the ability to do that. Another thing that we're going to do. We've reached out to a donor, and their portion during our Kids Day weekend, we didn't have an inflatable screen for our movie day, and that's unfortunate that we don't. We felt like we should. So the donor has agreed to allow us to take that money from that donor, because we told most donors it would all be spent for the kids, right, and the kids in the community. So we're going to take that person's money and buy a screen for the community and for Richlands, and donate it to Richlands, and for different movie nights that we can have during the summer, spring, whatever it may be. The police station, they have 2 poles now with pulleys, and you just put that thing up and put a projector up, and those kids can just have an absolute ball with it. And I think it's something that's going to be good for our kids, good for our youth, and something that we're passionate about. Something that was just I could talk about it all night, because it's just something that was really, really good. So I want to thank the majority of council that also put forth their time and effort and money as well into that. Majority of council was on that list of donations, and we appreciate that thoroughly. And we look forward to doing it again next year. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mike. Richard?
A couple things. So it announced that the homecoming parade for the high school will be held on September 30th at 6:00, the normal parade route. I think Chief Gilbert has got that information already as it's scheduled. I had several complaints about not just campaign signs, but signage in general, on the utility poles, yard sale signs. Now it's campaign season, so we're starting to see campaign signs pop up, and the police department usually takes care of that regarding campaign signage, but sometimes that puts them in a negative light as far as having to enforce a law that I think everyone knows where I'm coming from with this, but I would just ask that Mr. O'Daniel will direct the chief to start enforcing those, the ordinance requiring no posting of the signage on town property. And there's several of them if you go out looking. I don't know if you're aware of, but we do have an ordinance about utility poles and stuff like that we don't allow signage on this property. And the last thing I have, did Councilman Plaster notify you he wasn't coming tonight?
He did. He sent a text to me and said he would not be able to be here tonight, most likely. I'll read it to you. And I also asked if he'd notified Connie, because she's the clerk and needs to be notified and can't be here. Let me read it.
You're referring to mainly on the poles or right of ways as well, and
Any town property, but the ordinance specifically calls for signage on utility poles, because it affects, when you put nails in the utility poles, it could affect the workers.
I don't think it's gonna be fair to do one and not do the other.
Yeah.
So just
I noticed it on the book.
be thorough.
Here it is. I'll read it to you. Let's see. Thought I had it. Right slide here. I'd answered back. Could you possibly, okay. This came yesterday at 10:54 a.m. This came from Logan. I have an incredibly busy day studying today. I have an exam tomorrow in North Carolina. I'm going to try my best to be back in time for council, but you know where I am if I'm not in attendance. I responded at 12:47, which is my lunchtime. Thank you, Logan. Would you be able to share this with Connie? She is the clerk. He said, yes, I informed her and you. So the clerk, I used to like tell the mayor or tell Tim, and that's all fine, or tell a member of council. My understanding is, and this is from Tim Taylor, let's go with it. If you cannot be here, the clerk is the number one person to know because he keeps the records of the council. I always like to let the manager know, and in this case, he let the mayor and Connie know. Did he tell you, Connie?
Yes, he did tell me.
Oh, yes, he did.
Councilman Plaster, I mean, I completely understand sickness, and but I feel like Mary Ann and Doug talking there earlier regarding residency. He took office in January, and I don't know how many minutes or how many meetings he's missed. I'm going to implore on the council to strongly suggest Councilman Plaster to try to attend the meetings that he was elected to attend. If not, I'm going to be willing to make a motion to have him removed from his seat. Lack of attendance.
Do you want to implore the council to do what now?
Encourage Councilman Plaster to attend the meetings that he was elected to.
Would you like the clerk to write a letter for that?
Yes, please.
Would you like to put that in a motion?
If you feel it's needed.
I think so.
Regarding the direction of the clerk.
What you would like for council to do.
I'd like to make a motion that the clerk send Councilman Plaster copy or a notification that his meeting, the attendance of his meetings have been lacking, I guess you could say, for term of better words, and implore him to attend the meetings that he was elected to attend. And I don't mind her also mentioning the fact that if this continues to be a pattern of him not attending the meetings, I'll make a motion to have him removed.
Is this your motion?
Yes, sir.
Did you get all that, Connie?
It's on the recording.
Okay.
It's on the recorder, so I.
Okay. There's a
Can I say
motion.
something?
Yeah, just a second. Just a moment. Okay. We have motion. If we want to say, is there a second? You can talk. Is there a second to his motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, there's a motion on the second. Now we can have discussion.
Would it be better? I see your concern. I have those concerns too. If we just had a consensus that, that he attend the meetings from all of council and not make an emotion. And I just hate threatening people. You know,
I completely agree with you, but
I'm on your side.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate that because I was going to ask you to do the right thing. If
Oh,
I made the motion.
I'm on your side, but I would feel much better, and I'll join you if all the council had a consensus that Connie write a letter and implore him that he needs to attend meetings. I mean, I just think that would be, I don't know, I just feel better about that. And I think it's putting you on the spot too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, and I think if the whole council joined together.
One thing I can say about you, even if, regardless of your residency, I've got to take it by the word that you put out. You do attend the meeting. Councilman Plaster does not.
I agree. I mean, I'm on your side.
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
I
It's
just,
not an attack on him. It's just, it's what it
I
is.
think the community would look at it better if it was a consensus instead of one council member, you know what I mean? It puts you on the spot.
I'm fine with that.
Go with it.
Withdraw your motion.
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
I'll withdraw my second.
I mean, do you understand, Richard?
I completely understand.
Let's drive it this way. Richard is making a suggestion of a consensus that the clerk, who is our clerk, write a letter encouraging Logan to try to attend. Is there a consensus to that effect?
Try to attend or to attend.
To attend. He is,
Well, I don't think he's letting us down. He was voted to that position. That's my thing.
Well,
That's
so
where I
the
go.
consensus is, Connie, getting this to write a letter to Logan saying that council would appreciate his constant presence, whatever. You find the words.
Good.
That's a good word. It's a great word. You got away with words, right?
Don't know. But I think
I
it's
really,
a very difficult situation. My understanding, and I really can't speak for Logan, I can't speak for anybody. I do. I think what he's told me, he lives here. Right now, he's taking some kind of course, I don't know what it is, to somewhere in North Carolina maybe, to be able to have a better job. And when this is all through and he's reached all the certifications, then he can resume his full-time residency here. And those are tricky words, full-time residence, but that, I think upfront, that's what I understand. But I'm absolutely not in a position, nor am I qualified to speak for somebody else in their attendance.
I think you're exactly right. That's my understanding that.
But that's what he told me, not here, but I asked him in another time, I said, why are you missing? And he said, he's trying to get an education and the certifications. I don't even know what it is. I don't know.
It's insurance and securities.
Is that what it is? Okay. And so that's what it is. And I can't answer any more than that. But anyway, we have a consensus, members of council. I'll poll the council. Jeff? Yes. Doug? Yes. Mary Ann?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Richard?
Yeah.
There is a consensus of the council to write a letter to Logan. Thank you.
that's all I have.
Anything else? Okay, mayor's comments, mine are short and sweet. Would you, John, personally call Joel McClanahan? You've talked to him before. He called me this week with another concern. And sometimes everybody we talk to, and I know just when to see him, the nicest people. Sometimes, and if they're listening, I'm happy because I told them the truth, my own version of truth. We can't answer everything. We can't fix every ditch. We can't fix every sunken hole in a yard. It's not possible. But I think this time he has a concern that really does merit your help. I don't want to say it openly.
Who is that?
His name is Joel McClanahan. Do you have his number?
I do.
If you don't, I've got it. So that's the bulk of my report. It's one sentence. I have had many other people contact me for different things. The one I have had most recently was once the agenda was published. I had numerous comments. Please do not do away with YouTube. So I expressed my concerns earlier in the meeting, and I'll echo those from my constituents. That concludes my statement.
Short, sweet.
Okay. Now, we're on item 18. Executive closed session pursuant to Virginia Code. We need a motion to go into executive session for 2.2-3711A29 contract negotiations, DMV Select and Jonah Project, and also 2.2-3711A7, potential litigation. Would someone please make a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Jeff makes the motion, go into closed session, and Mike seconds. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, Connie.
Doug,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Uh-huh.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries. I will ask
Thank you.
Mary Ann, I think you're in agreement with me. Are you?
Absolutely.
I can tell by that smile. Before we get too informal here, when I hear you speak, you have your mother's voice. It is Lynn Mullins'
That's
voice.
a compliment. Thank
Oh,
you.
gosh, yes. Okay. We're now back in session. We need a motion to come back into session, and in this same motion, I will ask, when we're taking our vote, that each person certifies that they have not talked about any other business other than what is stated, which is 2.2-3711A29 and 2.2-3711A7. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion by Jeff and a second by Mike. Is there any discussion? Connie, roll call vote.
Yes. Jeff,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
The motion carries. Before we adjourn, we need to find a time for a work session to discuss primarily, we need a specific agenda, and that's probably going to be the charter change.
At the charter, the electric discussion, and then the ARPA funds.
Okay, we can add three things onto the agenda. We need to be specific on the work session. Am I not correct?
I think that more so the better.
Okay, those are the specific topics. Everybody got that? So let's look at our calendars. This week is out. Okay, I'll just tell you what's out for me. Next Tuesday's out. Right now, I'm kind of open for the rest of the evening. What are you thinking here, folks?
Works, we have to advertise. How long we have to
Do we
advertise?
have to advertise it?
7 days in.
Before it comes.
We do have to advertise it. It's a
Can't
work
pay his
session.
mileage. One time.
Unless we continue this meeting.
Let's do a work session. I would rather have a work session personally.
We will be able to get to the newspaper until the 22nd.
So what about the week of the 27th?
Okay.
Homecoming parade, of course, is Thursday, so we wouldn't want
We
to
don't want
do
to do
that.
that. What about, I know we all have nights we don't like, but I'll just throw them out. 27, 28, 29.
Within,
On Monday night,
earlier than late.
Monday night, the
Monday night.
27th. Doug?
Yes.
Good for you, Jeff. Mary Ann, what do you think about the 27th?
Perfect.
Mike, what do you think about the 27th?
As long as it's early.
6 o'clock? What would you like, Mike?
Can we do 5 or 5:30?
5:30?
Yeah.
5 is a little bit of a push for me.
5:30.
5:30. Everybody else in this room, are you good with 5:30 on the 27th, a work session?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you all going to have legal?
You're always invited.
Depends on if you're charging us mileage.
I appreciate the invitation, but my question is going to be required.
We call you if we need you.
I think that if you want to come, you're welcome, but I wouldn't, from my opinion, it's not required. I will defer to council.
I don't think Wayne ever.
We're not-
Well, I
we're
will
not
plan
voting.
on not being here unless.
Yeah, we won't be voting on anything. And
Don't feel like you need me.
Mr. Altizer, I have a feeling we'll be turning over these words to you to get your Grammarly app going. Thank you. All right, we're set for the 27th work session at 5:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, got it. Is there do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Can you,
There's a motion to adjourn, yes.
can you let Logan know?
Yeah, I will ask Connie to let him know.
Okay.
That's the clerk's job.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to steer it in the correct way.
Jeff,
I'll make the motion, we adjourn till October.
There's a motion. No, we're going to adjourn. Motion.
I'll second.
Second. Do you want a second, please?
Who's second? Doug seconded.
Oh, Doug seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We've all lost. our
Thank you
minds.
so much for your participation.